We are here for for 2 full days of conversations at this conference, talking about where Bitcoin and crypto goes next. I'm David Sensel, and I am here with my co-host, Matthew Owens. Nice to see you, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, it was a bit of an early start, but it's nice. Cherry blossoms are falling, and yeah,
Oh, it's
beautiful
gorgeous.
venue.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. We're going to be talking to investors, founders, TradFi players, entrepreneurs about what's going on in Japan right now and what's going to happen around Bitcoin and crypto.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I'm really excited to learn about various topics, particularly as it relates to Japan. You know, I live here, you live here too. So mainly taxes. That's the big thing everyone talks about with Japan,
Ooh,
right?
Yes. So anybody who is familiar with crypto in Japan, maybe even crypto in Asia, will know that Japan has one of the worst tax rates in the
Yeah.
world. I think the upper limit is 55%
Yeah, crazy high.
crypto capital gains. I've personally seen the before and after of companies and people with a lot of like crypto net worth flee Japan after they instituted this horrendous policy.
Yeah.
So again, yes, as you say, this is a really, really important step for Japan to be taken seriously within the crypto industry.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing that I think is only just starting to change is last year saw the very first Japan yen, the Japanese yen denominated stablecoins. Obviously, the dollar has been around for a long time, but yeah, is what's going to go on with that? Like, is that going to be big? Is it going to be? That really interests me to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the obviously stable coins were one of the biggest stories of 2025, and they continue to be a big story in 2026. I think you could separate this into two issues, which are really, really interesting. Number one, as you mentioned, the yen-denominated stable coins. There's apparently going to be multiple
Yeah.
yen-denominated stable coins. I actually spoke with a really interesting gentleman yesterday. He works for a law firm, I believe, in the Caymans. And
Right.
yeah, and we talked about this last night.
Yeah.
And he is here in Japan to talk with regulators and institutions about how they structure their yen-denominated stablecoin. So fascinating! I hope we can get him on the stream. You and I are trying to work that out.
Yeah.
But then the other side is so that you have the yen side, which is interesting. But then the thing that I've been asking people last year and into this year is, what are you doing about dollar-denominated stablecoins? Right? Like,
Yeah.
at Bitcoin MENA, I talked with the Pakistani crypto
Yeah.
minister.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah. Bilal. Yeah.
Yes. And yeah, asking him like, what about USD denominated stablecoins? And they basically were not going to accept them. And then in Hong Kong, I asked the senator and several other business people about
Yeah.
it, and they used the term. What did they use? Dollar colonized.
Yeah.
Right. And so
Yeah.
I want to know what is Japan's strategy on a high level? Are they worried about being dollar colonized?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean I imagine it is a bit of a worry for them potentially, but yeah, of course the yen is a little bit stronger than some of these other currencies.
Oh,
So
huge.
yeah, could be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, the other thing I'm thinking about is the institutional government backing support for these kind of things, because countries vary wildly on how much support or even antipathy they might have between with the government and Web3, crypto, things like that. So how about Japan? Like, are they getting on board? Are they leaning into it, or is there some friction there, or
Yeah. So we were at Teamz last year. It was a great event, and we spoke with a politician for the Tokyo government.
right, local?
Yeah, the local government, and they were instituting initiatives. So at this event, I want to see if they're still doing that. Have they backed off, or have they increased it? And then on the national level, has there been movement in maybe giving support initiatives, this kind of thing.
Yeah, and we'll be talking with quite a few people who should have some good knowledge of that throughout the conference. So hopefully we'll get some answers there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we'll be covering this. We'll be covering the news here. We'll be doing interviews. We'll be delivering our own hot takes, especially myself, whether you like it or not. Matt, you and I are longtime residents in Japan. We want to make Japan great again.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask you a question. Like, what's your impression of the average Japanese person as it pertains to crypto?
That's an interesting question. Maybe you guys are not going to like the answer, but I would say the knowledge is exceedingly low in general. We've done a few Vox Pops or Man on the Streets.
Man on the street.
Yeah,
Well,
we like to say Vox Pop, Vox
should-
Populi.
We should do a poll. We should do a poll.
Is, it's a good language, though dead, of course. Yeah, anyway, we've done a lot of those for Bitcoin.com, and I mean, even at Bitcoin-related conferences, often the answer is they don't own any Bitcoin themselves. If you ask them if they own any, if you ask them what is crypto, the vast majority of them will be like, well, I guess I've heard of Bitcoin. Even half of them sometimes say like, I don't know, it feels like a bit scary. They're a bit
Still to this day.
yeah, they're very hesitant about it. And I guess personally, of all my acquaintances and friends in Japan, I think I know maybe one person who has any crypto.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe two. It's probably low, pretty low.
Yeah. So I'm excited for you to hopefully get some time and speak with the locals who are attending the conference.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea of a question or two you'd like to ask local Japanese people in Japanese?
Yeah, well, I always like to ask them, do you have any Bitcoin? Bitcoin mottemasu ka? Because that basically most people start with Bitcoin when they get into crypto. Like that seems like a really strong on-ramp. So I always like that. I probably want to ask them about why they wanted to attend this conference. I find it interesting.
That's a good one. I like that.
Because there seems to be, I mean, obviously we're all here, we're in the industry, but there's huge crowds of people. We just saw them outside as we were approaching, right? Why would they attend a conference? I mean,
why are you here?
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you can just go online and buy Bitcoin, crypto, do everything. I mean, what's the rationale for like actually spending the money and coming to an event like this? Is it networking? Do you want to just get the freebies? Freebies are good, but yeah.
I hear you. Okay, well, that's going to be really fun. And I hope I really like that piece you did with the around anime.
Right. Yeah,
that was good. Several other people complimented you on that as well. So maybe some version of that.
Yeah, we can definitely, do something a little bit more fun. It can be a bit stodgy, right?
I'll do the stodgy talk.
Yeah,
do the stodgy talk.
Yeah.
So that's our introduction to this. We are going to take a brief break, and Matt, you will be back with our first interview of the Teamz Summit. You'll be interviewing Will Wang, who is the CEO of Even Realities. Even Realities makes smart eyewear and related wearables. Matt, I hope the gentleman brings a sample and you get to put it on.
I would love to, as a glasses wearer myself, although it's unlikely that the prescription is going to fit my exact prescription. But,
I just want to see how you look. I want to see. I don't think I've really seen like these smart glasses in the wild before, so I want to see if you look dorky.
Me neither, yeah. I mean,
do you look cool? Do you look dorky?
I get the impression they're a bit larger by necessity due to the batteries, etc. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. Hopefully he brings one.
Yeah. All right, well, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, see you later.
This is the Federal Reserve, a private banking institution that prints paper money and controls how much money is printed. Not backed by gold or silver, there's nothing stopping the Federal Reserve from printing as many dollars as they want. In fact, since the Federal Reserve began in 1913, they have printed so much money, a single dollar is worth less than 5% of what it was back then. In short, the dollar that you work so hard for today is worth less by the time you wake up tomorrow. This is inflation, and whether you realize it or not, you are getting poorer by the minute. If you want to escape, there is only one option.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia, then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, gift, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
So I got into crypto around 2017 during that cycle, that ICO boom.
2017, I was first introduced to Bitcoin. Actually, my first love of crypto was Monero.
I got into crypto in 2017, mainly out of desperation. I started hearing about it and basically, I'm like, okay, this is my ticket.
I got into crypto around 2017. Yeah, it seems quite classic at this point, but yeah, the big bull run basically. Got into mostly ETH at that point.
Discovered Bitcoin in probably mid-2016. Read all I could about it. Got really super interested in it. Put in a little bit of my money, and then just started building things for it.
I probably got into crypto around 2018-ish, and I knew about it for many years prior to that, but never really got into it.
I started my journey in crypto in 2010. Back when I first installed the Qt miner EXE.
I'm a full stack engineer, mainly deal with front-end web, but I've had my hands in a few different parts of the code bases.
I am a media product manager. I basically handle a lot of the Bitcoin.com news media.
I'm the marketing operations lead at Bitcoin.com. I manage the marketing team, so we've got video team, designers, copywriters, and yeah, we're just trying to spread the word about economic freedom and our products, make sure that everything looks cool.
And right now in particular, I'm kind of building a new exchange product with some of the new cool stuff that's coming out in Hyperliquid, DYDX, and trying to figure out how to make a new decentralized product that still looks like a custodial exchange.
I am the tech lead for revenue, which means I'm responsible for finding revenue streams.
I work with the film and video, do editing, filming the conferences, making different content of that sort. Yeah.
So I'm basically leading up the engineering org, mostly managing all the engineering side of things at this point. Making sure we stay on track is basically what I'm doing, yeah.
Japan is one of the most peaceful countries in the world. The crime rate is quite low.
Everything works and it's safe. You can walk anywhere, you can just go anywhere. You never have to worry. You can leave your backpack on the train and you'll get it back. Like all of that stuff I really like.
The infrastructure is fantastic. You can go wherever you want to. Any time of day, day and night, everything's going on. It's full of energy. People always say like New York's a city that never sleeps, but I've been there and it does sleep, whereas Tokyo doesn't sleep.
The middle class experience in Japan is second to none. What in many countries would be like a 3-star restaurant, you can get that like without really going out of your way.
Super clean, super safe. You know, you can walk anywhere, you can take the train anywhere, lots of good food. It's got like all of the pros.
It's fun, exciting, there's always something going on. People are really kind and friendly, food's amazing, and they've got amazing toilets.
QR code. Paching! Swipe right to auto-magically send that Bitcoin to your self-custodial wallet. Talk to you about Satoshi Scramble. Throughout this conference live stream, we're giving away free Bitcoin. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. We're going to show QR codes throughout the conference coverage. Here. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan the QR code. Paching! Swipe right to auto-magically send that Bitcoin to your self-custodial wallet. But be ready, be fast. Anyone watching can get that Bitcoin. Gotta catch them all!
I'm Vitaly from Bitcoin.com.
My name is Shrey. I work as a software engineer at Bitcoin.com.
Here we are at ETH Tokyo 2025, and we're building compression tools for AI and integrating them with AI Bitcoin.com tools.
If I were to compare the hackathons from 5 years ago and right now, I think right now people are working a lot more on the use cases which help them and not just the tech stack, so as to say, right? Because 5 years ago, people were still trying to build APIs to do something, but right now people are using APIs to do something through that.
And the ways can help a lot of other projects and consumer in general.
That's where trying to create a prompt compressor, which we call it as Prompt Piper. That would be a reference to Silicon Valley, the TV series. Prompt Piper helps
to minimize your bills that you're paying for usage of AI. It's supposed to reduce the amount of tokens you're sending to these black boxes, and it can also be integrated in other projects to compress your prompts. And this also expands the context window because now you can fit more into your original prompt.
We are at a phase in AI where we need people to start improving their prompts so they actually use the context window nicely and wisely. So while that might be easier for you and me who have been working with AI for past 7 to 10 years so far, but you can't really expect a common man to just understand how to create good prompts to get the best answers from the models, right?
yeah, I'm really excited to see if this can be used and integrate in your daily life how we interact with AI.
You can have a seat. Okay. And he's also Vitalik.
Yes, I is. Yes. Oh, you're also Vitalik.
Yes.
Okay.
We have built like an AI prompt compressor, which uses two things: a rule-based engine on IPFS, and it also has a model-based engine on the IPFS.
Okay.
So that would actually help you reduce the number of tokens.
So we build it as always like a CLI tool, and so you can just build run in a dry mode to see the compression, or it passes to like a simple prompt, and it uses kind of small language model to reduce the words. Then compares the tokens, and then can also port it to Claude. Let's say start the Claude instance. You can compare the original prompt with what's saved, or we can also pass something like a Solidity contract that will reduce the tokens, and then like say, hey, find me the vulnerabilities in this contract, and pass it to Claude or some API service like a for open router or something like that. So yeah, it's like analyzed, but it used like a compressed prompts, and then back to prompt piper and see like how much we say. So,
Okay. It's cool.
Thank you so much for your time, Vitalik. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thanks, guys. Sorry. What to Vitalik to demo our stuff. For people who want to come to hackathons, I would say the key thing is learning, because it's not about so much as winning a hackathon as much as trying to learn, and also you get to network with people. So I would highly recommend people who are in colleges to go out to the hackathons and try to learn more from there.
for Bitcoin.com present.
Okay, and we are back. I am with Will Wang, who is the CEO of Even Realities, and Even Realities makes smart glasses, smart eyewear.
Yep.
Wearables, other related wearables are included with that as well, right?
Right. Yeah.
So first of all, welcome to the Bitcoin.com news desk here at Hapoen, the Teamz Web3 Summit.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice to meet you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Matt.
Yeah, no problem. So apparently, EvenHub launched last week.
Right.
Yeah. And it's a developer platform for your newest release of smart glasses.
Yep.
Can you tell us more about the new glasses and this this EvenHub that you're going to have with the developers?
Sure. Yeah. The newest product we launched is called Even G2, which is this pair of glasses I'm wearing right now.
Right now. So everyone, take a look. Here they are.
Yep. And I'm wearing it together with our smart ring, Even R1. So when I tap twice on the ring, I actually see my dashboard right here.
Right.
It says like 10:29 on the time, and then it has my calendar on the right. I'm having this interview with Bitcoin.com. So
wow.
it's essentially supposed to be your everyday pair of glasses, but with a really subtle smart display that got connected to all bunch of AI features. So that's supposedly how it works, right? So most of our clienteles are like two groups. They're either like business professionals, who use them on like business settings, like translation, teleprompter. We actually have a few folks going to use this at their panel here today. At their speeches. Yeah, so we got a lot of speakers around the world using them.
Yeah.
And also, obviously, when you meet foreign people, you can actually turn the translator on, so you see like translated subtitles, right?
Wow.
So
Useful in Japan because
exactly.
English.
Right.
It's quite low here. So
That's actually my go-to feature when I travel in Japan. That is turn it on, I can understand what people are talking about. And then also there's a meeting agent we built. So whenever you're having meeting, you can turn it on. He summarize the meeting for you after it. But during the meeting, it also has AI to help you understand what the other what the other person is saying. For example, they say some terminology you don't understand. AI will actually surface the result. So
in real time as you're having a conversation.
In real time, it's hooked
Wow.
up to Gemini, to ChatGPT, some of the best models. So it's analyzing and tell you the result on the spot.
So sort of integrating from different platforms at the same time.
Yeah, so that's, like I said, the first group of clientele. And the second group is sort of connected to the AI topic we talked about. So it's the developers.
Right.
Because a lot of them actually, after the AI age, they wanted something that they can really develop with much easier than their phones. Right. So the glasses is actually a really light device where you can link a source of AI feature to it.
Right.
Like we did a bunch around the business use cases, but obviously users have their different needs, right? There are developers, they wanted to just connect this to their OpenClaw or through their own agents. So they can actually just command it through the glasses. So that's essentially the notion of us launching the EvenHub.
So you're actually using it as a tool for their job, for working
Exactly.
as well as
Exactly.
That's amazing. Directly working with the glasses on their product.
Yep. So we launched the EvenHub last week. It's still in like early beta phase, so there's a lot of stuff that we're trying to fix. But we just wanted to get it out there and just see how people will react, because right after we launched the G2, we got so many asks on, I just wanted to build stuff with it. I wanted to develop my own thing. And so essentially the EvenHub is like a platform for people to really like vibe code and create their own stuff with the glasses. There are a bunch of stuff that got created really, really neat. Obviously, there's always going to be a lot of games. People are building snakes,
of course,
all that kind of stuff. But then there's also people building really useful stuff. They're building like tools for cooking. They're building like remote control for their Tesla. So you can imagine anything you want to do on the fly, like hands-free. It's actually a really good platform to have those information here instead of on your phone.
It's kind of like when the iPhone came out and touchscreens really took
Exactly.
off, suddenly there's all these people around the world who are like, well, now there's this completely new method of interacting with the device.
Right.
Suddenly that opens up all these possibilities
Yep.
that maybe you'd have no idea about, right?
Yeah.
I guess you're excited to see what
For
the
sure.
community is going to build
For sure.
into it.
Yeah, we also have a pretty good traction within the Web3 community. Because
Yeah.
you can imagine people wanting to see their Bitcoin prices or their
Yeah.
portfolio on the glasses all the time, right?
Well, sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
yeah. And then also
Right
like
now
when you
it's a little.
yeah, right now it's but
Don't want
yeah.
to look at it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, no, I understand.
definitely. We are just super excited to support all the endure from the developer community.
Yeah, that's great.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, so you briefly showed the camera before.
Yep.
So it's not just the glasses; you also have the ring.
Yes.
And yeah, I did some research, and it seems like that's really a high percentage, like over 80, maybe 90% of people are opting for both the glasses
Right.
and the ring.
Right.
They are, if I understand it, sold separately, but
Yeah.
like, do you think that is one of the things that makes your glasses so unique is this this dual system?
I think so. Yeah, because we launched the first gen product, even G1, about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and so when we launched the G1. We actually lack a separated accessory to control the glasses.
I see.
So we
this is
actually
new for the
G2,
right?
so at that time, like people have to like touch the glasses to
Right,
control
yeah.
it, or just voice commands. But like there are so many occasions where you want to control it subtly,
Yeah.
right, without speaking or without having to do this.
Yeah.
Right. So at that time, there were already people like building third-party rings
Right.
to control the glasses.
Oh, so people had already had that idea.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
This
So-
is kind of it's really obvious. And
Exactly.
It's quite an awkward motion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
this is the ring. Can you show leave it
Right.
up to the camera again? So
yeah.
so how do you?
So here, like, is our logo right here. So
Right,
if you
yeah.
wear it this way,
Yeah.
on one side there are some like etched dots,
Right.
where it indicates the touchpad. So essentially,
Ah, I
I can
see.
just do this.
Yeah.
Like, this starts with a double tap. So
Yeah.
right now it has nothing. If
Yeah.
I double tap, the screen shows up.
Right.
So I see my dashboard,
Right.
and I can just like scroll really gently here.
And then that way
Yeah.
you can like go through the
Yeah, exactly.
notifications or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
it
You
might
navigate
be
to
that-
different stuff, and
Right,
then if
I
I
see.
long press, it brings up your menu, and essentially that's the menu for different applications. So I can
Okay.
go into like translation or teleprompter.
That's how you
Yeah, yeah.
control the different.
Right, right,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Wow.
like we could be chatting, but I can also be checking my email without you knowing about it. But yeah.
Well, I guess that's one of the uses for it as well, right? Like,
Yeah,
multitasking.
Right,
and-
right.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was interested also in your background as well.
Right.
Like personally, like yeah. So you were. Who did you work for before? Like
Okay.
going.
Yeah. So early day in my career, I was a engineer at Apple, Cupertino.
Right,
I
yeah.
was working on Apple Watch.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was
So
all the
wearables. yeah.
wearables. Yeah, that's also my like entry into the wearable game.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, I got lucky to work on the Apple Watch Series 3 and 4, which
Wow,
was
yeah.
really successful.
Yeah.
At that time, I pretty much started my own interest in wearable.
Right.
That was like at that time I was really thinking, if smartwatches can be that helpful and that well received, then definitely when we build smart glasses, there's much more stuff we can do
Yeah.
than the watch
Yeah.
because it's much bigger screen.
Yeah.
And also it's much more private, right?
Yeah.
Like a big reason people want the watch is because it's more subtle
Yeah.
than pulling out your phone, right?
Yeah.
So you can just check like this.
Yeah.
But like with this, like you can check without people even knowing, right?
I know, yeah, and even it is now the adoption of Apple Watches, well, and all kinds of smartwatches,
Right.
pretty widespread. The
Right.
number of times you see somebody looking down, going like that, I mean,
Exactly.
it's quite obvious what they're
Exactly.
doing. They're checking
Yep.
messages or
Yep.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Yep. So like that's at that time, 2018, I already had the idea. Yeah, I think smart glasses is the way to go.
Right. Yeah.
I was at that time trying to find the right team. Is it Apple or is it some companies in China? Because hardware in China is becoming a really big thing, and
Yeah.
also supply chain engineer resources are all
Oh,
there.
of course. Yeah.
So
yeah.
so I wanted to explore different options. So
Yeah.
in 2018, I actually left States and went
Right.
to China,
Okay.
and then started my career there, working for some of the consumer electronics companies like Anker
Yeah.
and Oppo.
Yeah, yeah.
So Yeah, those companies I was also trying to, I was managing their main product line, but I was also trying to explore whether they got a good place to make smart glasses.
Right.
But at the end, after trying out all these career choices, I found like if I wanted to make these smart glasses I want to make, I still need to form my own team.
Of course,
to
yeah.
make my own vision happen.
Yeah.
Right. So in 2023, that's where we started the company, Even Realities.
Right.
So with my one of my colleague from Apple, he was my CTO.
Right.
He was actually also a main engineer at Apple, working on the iPhone camera module. So
Okay.
he is like a mechanical and optical background. And myself, I was more like engineering management and product and marketing, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So
good team though.
yeah, good team, solid on consumer electronics.
Yeah.
And on the other side, because we think we're not only building a gadget, we're also building an everyday essential. It's a pair of glasses, right? So like we wear glasses like every day, regardless of the tech.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to make sure we also understand glasses or eyewear correctly. So I got one of my other co-founder who's from Denmark. He's Danish. He helped build the brand, the Lindbergh, which is like a really good luxury high-end eyewear brand. So he was the CTO, CMO from that brand, and he essentially brought the brand into where it was today. And then he left, and then he joined us. So we have about 10 to 20 people sitting in Europe, or mostly coming from the luxury eyewear background.
Right.
So it's like a really balanced mix of tech veterans plus like eyewear experts.
Yeah, so you've got the software, and then you've got the tech, but then you've also got the design elements.
Exactly. Exactly.
They're all essential in any kind of wearable, right? So
Right,
yeah,
right,
you've got
right.
them all. Yeah, that's really good. The one thing I think probably people are gonna be interested in is unlike Google Glass was like 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
And obviously Meta's partnership now with Ray-Bans. They're getting. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wearing them yet. So they're not as huge as you might think if you read the news. But they are getting traction, right?
Yes.
And a lot of the conversation around them is about their cameras and the fact that people are using them to film people.
Yep.
So I was wondering. First of all, I know that your glasses do not have cameras. What was your decision behind that? I mean, that's a real big distinction between yours and let's say Meta or one of the other competitors.
Yeah, it's definitely a deliberate choice from us. So we can definitely see having glasses, having camera on glasses being helpful, right? It can record POV easier. It can help you recognize stuff around you. It can help the AI understand context better. But like when we put this into the perspective of building a pair of everyday essential glasses on people's face like 16 hours a day when they wake up, then having camera is just becoming way too intrusive.
I see,
Yeah, for everyday use. So that's also exactly the reason why, although from the news, Meta is selling a lot of Meta Ray-Bans, but you don't really see them that much in everyday settings. Because like even for people who get them, they don't use them in like serious settings. Like they don't use it when they go to work, or even for some companies, not allowed. So what they do is they use it when they're like outside walking or running or playing with their dogs or whatever, right? So it's kind of like for your leisure time. I put it on.
Almost like a toy.
Yeah, almost like a toy every now and then. But like what we wanted to build is to really replace the glasses you're wearing. So you can just put them on without any burden, right? Like you don't have to think about, okay, will it be appropriate for me to wear this pair of glasses today, right? Because once you have that mental obstacle, then obviously you are not going to wear it as much, right? And then also, obviously, you wanted to make sure the product you serve to people is actually respectful, right? For the whole society. Like right now, I think a lot of the legislation, a lot of this regulation is just not in place for like camera on people's faces. Right?
No, it has not caught up yet. And
it has not caught up. Like, how would you control that, right? Like, once you sell that, there will be people using them wrong way. Like, I will be going to, like, for example, in Japan, you're gonna go to the spring with them, right? You're gonna you're going to doing sauna with them. Like,
I mean, the chances for misuse are extremely high.
Extremely high.
Camera,
so we don't want it to establish something that have people's perception now. Okay, this brand is not respecting the social norm. It's not respecting privacy. We wanted to make sure smart glasses is carried out in a really respectful way that people can think, oh, this is our really useful everyday tool that we don't need to worry about, right? Because for a category, when it's that new, it's really important to make sure that people actually understand the category correctly. Yeah. So that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So I understand. Yeah. So definitely a very deliberate choice, and yeah, you really put a lot of thought into why you did it, and yeah, and it immediately I think creates a nice distinction between yourselves and some of your biggest competitors as well.
Right.
So it helps people to see that. Right.
That's exactly true. That differences actually spreads around the whole brand. Like it's on the product, it's also on the channel, it's also on the clientele. Like for example, like we said, Meta Ray-Ban, a lot of people get them as a extra pair of sunglasses or like gadget glasses where they wear when they go out and have fun, right? But like for so it's more, and also the clientele, a lot of them are like teenagers because they go out, have fun, they record themselves. But like for us, we're selling in like luxury optician shops. Like we have one shop in selling really well in Ginza. It's called Dream Ginza. People in Tokyo can check it out. They have like a 20, 30 appointments every day. It's just to show the glasses. It's crazy.
Wow.
So a lot of the clientele for our group is slightly older. They are actually working professionals. Businessmen, entrepreneurs, CEOs, investors, politicians around the world. Because they wanted to get this as a productivity tool. Right. And then also they know that this comes with good design, looks good on their face, feels comfortable, and all the features are so subtle that it's not disturbing any other people. It's just helping yourself. So that actually draws a really big distinction to the other camera glasses.
I think that's absolutely right. And I mean, and you can see very clearly how unobtrusive they are. Like you would, it's certainly the first smart glasses I've seen where it's pretty much impossible to tell that they're not just a normal pair of glasses.
Thank you.
Which is
that's the point.
Right. I assume that is like that's the breakthrough moment, right? Is when they're basically indistinguishable. That's kind of like with the watches, once they got them down to a size, then adoption massively ramped up, right? Okay, that's interesting. So I think you mentioned Japan, and you have this shop it sounds like it's doing
really well.
Doing really well, right? So certain demographics potentially are going to have more use out of them. Like I imagine teenagers, potentially very young people might have
not so much
less. You mentioned working professionals and developers as maybe your key markets. I could also imagine, though, certainly older people for they
remember stuff,
remembering
hard of
things.
hearing.
Having your like when you're shopping, you can have like lists coming up. Hard of hearing, also translation, because you mentioned you can translate, and even you said the AI, the conversate, like helping them keep abreast.
Go through conversations.
I can really imagine it could revolutionize especially like dementia, things like that. And Japan has a very, I think Japan is the most aged country on earth, and rapidly further aging. So are you maybe as part of the reason you're here is Japan going to be one of your main focuses on growth going forward for sales?
Definitely. Okay. So like on G1, when we launched G1, that we're still being cautious about spreading because it's a new product. We want to make sure everything is actually well polished, and also the company has to grow. And in G2, it's the time we think we're getting ready. We wanted to get the words out there. We wanted to like sell to more countries. And once we opened the gate, Japan really quickly became like one of the highest selling country. I think it's right now like top 3 for us. Sometimes top 2, top 1 even.
Wow.
So it's like, and it's crazy part is we haven't even done that much marketing in Japan yet. We're just getting started. And also on the sales channel, like I said, we only have one shop in Tokyo.
And one physical shop.
One physical shop, a partner shop. And then Junginza, and that shop is already the highest selling shop around the world, period. We have like 400, 500 shops around the world. And that one is already top 1, like within a couple months. So we already see this huge potential
for Japan.
For Japan. Like every time I'm on a trip, meeting our Japanese partners, they see the glasses, they went crazy. They were like, okay, this stuff I want to.
This is the thing.
This is the thing. Like, because they can just think about, they have so many occasions where they need to meet foreign like business partners, and they need to understand English better, right? Or they need to go on stage. And also, like in Japan, a lot of people do presentation, and then the presentation is really formal, right, compared to a lot of the other countries. So they can get used to, like, they can actually use a lot of these features. And the conversation you talk about also help them understand the context and everything. I think a lot of feature really fits in well for our Japanese clientele. And also, Japanese people, they not only appreciate advanced tech, they also have a good taste on design. Which
definitely.
is also a good part for our classes.
As you can tell in this venue here is like one of the most nice, beautiful design venues of any crypto conference. Maybe
I love it. I love it.
I love it too.
Yeah,
I think just you mentioned Japan's usually in your top 3, maybe higher. Just by out of curiosity, is it? Obviously, America is top.
Right
usually?
now, still US is the top one.
Right.
But Japan is getting really close.
Okay.
We actually internally had this debate because obviously Japan and the US is managed by a different sales manager. They're always like competing. They were like the Japan guy will say, okay, I'm probably gonna surpass you in a week or in a month or two.
If it changes back and forth, that's quite it's interesting.
It's
There's
pretty
a bit of
healthy.
jeopardy there.
Exactly.
I get that.
It's pretty healthy.
Okay, that's nice. So while we're on the topic of countries, so you said you're based in Shenzhen. Is that
Shenzhen
right?
most of the time.
Okay. So obviously this is just the huge manufacturing and tech and software developers that Are you releasing in China or?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
So was that deliberate, or are you just keeping your?
Right. It's also deliberate because we wanted to really make sure that we expand in the international market first.
Okay.
Because we know in the China market, the scale will also be pretty huge. We wanted to make sure that we're ready when we get there.
Okay, that's interesting. But obviously you are planning on releasing it because
in the future.
It's likely to be.
It's a big market.
It's a huge market, and everybody.
Right.
And obviously you're based in Shenzhen, so you're gonna do that. Okay.
Right.
That's we're almost at the end of the interview, but thank you very much for. So I was wondering. You said that apparently you said that smart glasses will need to have a display because it's the one thing that's going to separate smart glasses from any other gadget.
Yep.
Can you tell us more about that?
So there's a lot of you see like out there for smart glasses. There's a lot of choices how people build them, the form factors, right? Like the Meta Ray-Ban we talked about, they don't have display. Right. They have the camera and the speakers. And so I think right now it's at a point where technology is not as advanced where you can stuff everything in there and still keep it really slim and comfortable to wear. So you kind of have to make trade-offs. Right. So for us, the one thing that we think you cannot give up on smart glasses are the display.
Right.
Because that's the whole point of wanting to build a pair of smart glasses. Right. Because glasses, by nature, by definition, is to serve your eyes, right? So that you build them into a pair of glasses, that you can actually see through them, right? So the traditional glasses is helping you see better on the real world, right? When you have vision issue, they correct your vision, right? The smart glasses, we think it's to help you see the virtual world together with the real world.
Hence the display.
Hence the display. It's kind of like having you see additional information. Right, it's actually opening up a new dimension of the world, so you can get connected to your digital services.
Right.
So that's like the most essential thing for smart glasses. Right. If you think, okay, you don't need a display, I can only use a camera and a speaker. Then there's much more like a better form factor you can build. Right. You can build a earbuds with a camera.
White glasses.
Right. White glasses. Exactly.
If
right.
It's just a carrying mechanism for a camera. And, an earphone.
So it could be anything. Like it could be a pendant. It could be a earbuds. That actually I know a bunch of teams are actually building really nice earbuds with camera.
Right.
That's gonna come out. Right.
That's basically what the Ray-Bans are.
What's the Ray-Ban just gonna do? And then also I think it's actually a better idea than that because it's much easier for you to take it away. So when you go to a occasion where this is not allowed, you can just take it off. It doesn't have to be your only glasses. Because for people who wear glasses like us, you cannot take it off.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, right?
That's why we're wearing them.
Yeah, that's why we're wearing them.
Yeah.
Like it's not gonna be like I went to this restaurant. They say, okay, sir, we don't allow camera on your face.
Yeah.
And I can take it off.
Yeah.
And I have my dinner without my vision.
Yeah.
Right. That just doesn't work.
No.
Right. But if it's a pair of earbuds with camera, obviously I can take it off.
Yeah.
Right. So back to the topic, I think the whole point of making a pair of smart glasses, that it has to be glasses, is to have that display. Right in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
Right.
And was it difficult? I imagine from an engineering perspective to
it is
get because obviously, like you said, and I think you're absolutely right. Smart glasses, they should be glasses first, and smart second, right?
Right.
But there is the element of the fact that you have to be able to see out of them.
Yes.
Obviously, and but then you also have the display. So,
Exactly.
like, what was that difficult?
Yeah,
I mean, how that must have been.
Yeah,
was that the hardest thing, or?
yeah, that's a great question. That's actually the hardest thing, the hardest technical challenge on the product, right? The optical part. So when you're talking about the optical part, there's also two parts of it. One part is to, like you said, have the display, so you can see the display.
Yeah.
The other part is still allow people to see the real world.
Yeah.
Right. And also see the real world really clearly.
Yeah.
It's not like, okay, you just build a Vision Pro experience where you can see through, you have a camera, and that's good enough. No, because people rely on this for their vision.
Yeah.
Right. And then that's actually probably 80%, 90% of the use case is to not have display
of course,
and to see the world, right?
Yeah.
So you cannot say, okay, I added this display, but I'm compromising your vision.
Yeah.
Because that's like the main use case for them, right?
Yeah.
So essentially you have to really make sure the tech, the display you build in still allows really good prescription correction.
Yep.
And also like when you add those two together, it's still really balanced out, right? You can still use them as a perfectly good pair of prescription glasses.
Yeah.
And also display still works.
Yeah.
Right. So that part is where we spend a lot of work, a lot of engineering efforts, and also pattern went into it. And so right now I think we are the only one out there supporting prescription from -12 to +12.
Wow, that's a huge range.
It's huge range. It's even like better than some of the traditional eyewear brand, right? And then also, we're also the only one that has our own lens factory in China. So we make our own lenses.
Okay, wow, yeah. So
because
that part is
that part is
in-house.
in-house. That part's different process than your Zeiss or SLR lenses because it needs to combine with the waveguide display.
Okay,
so it's a completely in-house technology.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Right.
Well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us today. Yeah. That was really, really good.
Thank you.
Thanks,
man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah.
So next up, David will be interviewing Will Wu, head of APAC at BitGet Wallet. So stay tuned. All right.
I want to talk to you about Satoshi Scramble. Throughout this conference live stream, we're giving away free Bitcoin. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. We're going to show QR codes throughout the conference coverage. Here. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan the QR code. Pa-ching! Swipe right to auto-magically send that Bitcoin to your self-custodial wallet. But be ready, be fast. Anyone watching can get that Bitcoin. Gotta catch them all!
This is the Federal Reserve, a private banking institution that prints paper money and controls how much money is printed. Not backed by gold or silver, there's nothing stopping the Federal Reserve from printing as many dollars as they want. In fact, since the Federal Reserve began in 1913, they have printed so much money, a single dollar is worth less than 5% of what it was back then. In short, the dollar that you work so hard for today is worth less by the time you wake up tomorrow. This is inflation, and whether you realize it or not, you are getting poorer by the minute. If you want to escape, there is only one option.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia, then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile. Engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app. Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
I want to talk to you about Satoshi Scramble. Throughout this conference live stream, we're giving away free Bitcoin. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. We're going to show QR codes throughout the conference coverage. Here. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan the QR code. Pa-ching! Swipe right to auto-magically send that Bitcoin to your self-custodial wallet. But be ready, be fast. Anyone watching can get that Bitcoin. Gotta catch them all!
I'm Vitaly from Bitcoin.com.
My name is Shrey. I work as a software engineer at Bitcoin.com.
Here we are at ETH Tokyo 2025, and we're building compression tools for AI and integrating them with AI Bitcoin.com tools.
If I were to compare the hackathons from 5 years ago and right now, I think right now people are working a lot more on the use cases which help them and not just the tech stack, so as to say, right? Because 5 years ago, people were still trying to build APIs to do something, but right now people are using APIs to do something through that.
And the ways can help a lot of other projects and consumer in general.
That's where trying to create a prompt compressor, which we call it as Prompt Piper. That would be a reference to Silicon Valley, the TV series. Prompt Piper helps
to minimize your bills that you're paying for usage of AI. It's supposed to reduce the amount of tokens you're sending to these black boxes, and it can also be integrated in other projects to compress your prompts, and this also expands the context window because now you can fit more into your original prompt.
we are at a phase in AI where we need people to start improving their prompts so they actually use the context window nicely and wisely. So while that might be easier for you and me who have been working with AI for past 7 to 10 years so far, but you can't really expect a common man to just understand how to create good prompts to get the best answers from the models, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if this can be used and integrate in your daily life, how we interact with AI.
You can have a seat. Okay. And he's also Vitalik.
Yes, I did see you. Oh, you're also Vitalik.
Yes.
Okay.
We have built like an AI prompt compressor, which uses two things: a rule-based engine on IPFS, and it also has a model-based engine on the IPFS.
Okay.
So that would actually help you reduce the number of tokens.
So we build it as always like a CLI tool, and so you can just build run in a demo to see the compression, or it passes to like a simple prompt, and it uses kind of small language model to reduce the words. Then compares the tokens, and then can also port it to Claude. Let's say start the Claude instance. You can compare the original prompt with what's saved, or we can also pass something like a Solidity contract that will reduce the tokens, and then like say, hey, find me the vulnerabilities in this contract, and pass it to Claude or some API service like a for open router or something like that. So yeah, it's like analyzed, but it used like a compressed prompts, and then back to prompt piper and see like how much we say. So,
Okay. It's cool.
Thank you so much for your time with Alex. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thanks, guys. Sorry. What to Vitalik to demo our stuff. For people who want to come to hackathons, I would say the key thing is learning, because it's not about so much as winning a hackathon as much as trying to learn, and also you get to network with people. So I would highly recommend people who are in colleges to go out to the hackathons and try to learn more from there.
For Bitcoin.com presence here, I think it's important because we also have a presence in Japan, Tokyo, and we also have acceleration programs for startups. And we're also always looking into interesting new collaborations. And I think it's just also a cool space and cool place to work, and abilities like this to try to build something over the weekends is always exciting.
That's it. Gomenasai, so you want to say hi?
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
I'm about to speak with Willie Wu, head of APAC at BitGet Wallet. BitGet Wallet describes itself as an everyday finance app, not a crypto wallet. I think this framing is very important for mass adoption. I'm excited to speak with him about this. How is BitGet Wallet going to achieve this? And how is adoption in the APAC region going in general? Let's find out. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah.
It's really good to speak here.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk with you. Before we get into what you're doing currently, I'd like to have a brief history about yourself. What is the path that you've taken to be where you are today?
Okay. I actually starting my career as a business consultant at BCG. As a general consultant, so we basically solve all different type of questions, problems for our clients in diversified industries. And then I joined a startup. This is all Web2, and then I working for a perp DEX and an exchange for around like 4 or 5 years before I joined Giga Wallet. So it's all like in the path is actually like I try to solve the questions not just for agents, clients, but I want to build my own product.
I see.
Then I jump into the fintech, and all this experience really helps me to like understand more about like how to do strategic planning, how to do customer centric analysis. And before when I was in another exchange, I involved in like listing, operations, customer service. So this all like bring the sufficient experience I need in Bigger Wallet.
I see.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Did you say that you were, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you were working for a perp DEX?
Yeah, previously
Okay.
they got an exchange and also a perp DEX.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. How is that? That sounds very stressful to me, I imagine. I feel like it's one of the hardest things to do.
Actually, it's pretty early stage. Like before Hyperliquid comes out, before like Exter comes out. So it's we build the perp DEX. It's called UFI previously. So it's pretty early.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
I was
early
on it.
stage. Yeah. So I would say the market now is pretty different because currently Bigger Wallet also got our like venue for you to trade perp, to trade to do swaps, to trade any meme tokens.
Yeah.
But the market is way different now. What people need is not just airdrop. They need the really good platform for the tradings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say it's actually more difficult these days than before.
Yeah. I can imagine that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you what you were first exposed to in crypto? Was it Bitcoin? Was it Ethereum? What was the thing that initially kind of got you interested in the industry?
I think actually the first thing that got me attracted to this industry is actually USDT.
Oh,
and USDC.
Interesting.
Because this is I think they got a vision from my side is that the fintech should be helping the people around the world to solve their unbanked, their unmet needs, to really help them to like solving all type of fintech solutions. And USDT and USDC is actually something that I think can make this happen, and with all the ecosystems surrounded by it. So I actually not starting with a BTC or ETH, just investments. I look into more like the circles, tethers first, more like a research analyst.
Oh, really?
I joined.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I can imagine that this kind of ties into, this is just me imagining, this ties into your current role, head of APAC, because from my experience, the Asia region really is one of the regions of that and LATAM maybe that really does use like stable coins, like for normal life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say that that's true or?
I would say it's more like so you mentioned about Latam and also like Africa. I think they got two different type of scenarios now. We see um, make the stablecoin more promising. For Latin and for Africa, they are more because of the currency fluctuations.
Okay.
So they use it. But in APEC, like Japan, like Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, all these countries, they're using stablecoins. Actually, it's more like from Web2 people joining Web3.
Okay.
And also Web3 people's daily life. Because the economics here is way more mature. They don't have the currency fluctuations.
I see.
But it sees that it's really the futures of fintech. So incorporated with their daily life. So this is how we see the whole APEC progress now. It's actually more like the end visions we have for how the stablecoin should like you can pay with it in daily life. You can trade anything and pay with what you trade and earn.
I see.
I think this is more like the future. So how it envisions.
Very, very cool. Okay. All right. So you said at the time of your appointment that Asia Pacific is shaping how crypto is used in practice, not just how it's traded.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of alluded to this now. What did you mean by this? And what exactly, can you give me some examples, specific examples of what you meant?
Okay. So basically, when we try to track the trading behavior for users, it's more like depends on how macro situation looks like. So
Oh, really?
It's not as stable.
Yeah.
So for examples, in this Q1, the market is a big cool down. So then the trading behavior is much lower. But for the like spending behavior, actually it's not really changing. And when the market like cool down, actually sometimes user would try to spend, like going to travel. So from our data is that it shows the average days for users to using the spending per month is around like 15 days per month. And the average trading volumes is around like 10 to 15. So it's more like the daily amounts, daily life stuff. It's not just about trading and earn, but it's really incorporated with their daily life.
Wow.
Yeah.
So their spending habits are more stable, but their trading habits move
Exactly.
with the market.
Exactly.
And when you say macro, do you mean like within crypto or just within like traditional finance too, or just the state of the world kind of stuff? Or
I think it's kind of like the crypto world and the real world. It's actually cannot be separated now.
Yeah.
Especially when we discuss about the gas.
Yes,
So
yeah, we were
everything.
talking about that, yeah.
Yeah, everything is kind of all that will impacted the macro. And also from our side, because we got some real world assets on our platforms, so you can also see that the trading behavior these days of the crypto users also shifting a little bit to the RWA asset as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you see like Hyperliquid and also on bigger wallets, our perp trading these days, RWA become like top 5 for quite a long time.
By RWA, you mean
like gold and
yeah.
also like gas.
Yes. Gotcha. I see. For your trading, is there are derivatives like perps? Are they the preferred thing that people trade, or do they trade spot? Like, what's the breakdown on that?
What we try to proposition ourselves is that we are more like an all-in-one app. So you can do spot trading, you can do perp trading. And this actually really different from different countries. So like in China, most of the users are really into trading meme tokens. Yeah. But from a perp side, from the perp side, they actually might be trading more on the exchange. But if you want to trade a meme tokens at a very, very early stage, you need to trade on DeFi wallets like bigger wallets. And also the other thing is that you're asking about the trends. Like in Japan, January, there suddenly becomes a meme trends for lots of people. It's pretty similar to last year's on Trump, but this year is way different. People, lots of Web2 people or CeFi people starting to launch their tokens. And it's really Japanese stuff. So only in Japanese you can know what is the memes look like.
Really?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not translated. It's Japanese only.
Sometimes like it's just like a series of numbers. but those numbers means a lot for Japanese people because it's a meme. Like it's a video, it's a
Oh my
meme.
goodness. I'm gonna have to investigate. I mean, I live in Japan and I haven't heard about this.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to ask my co-host if he knows about this. It's very, very interesting. All right. Okay. So let's talk about the BitGet wallet now. What is the BitGet wallet? Why should I use it? Give me the pitch.
I think if you try to understand or explore DeFi, no matter it's trading, no matter it's earn, no matter it's spending, previously you need to have lots of different apps. All we try to do is that we want to make all different type of users in all different type of regions. If you want to use the Web3 stuff, you only need BitGet wallets. So you can trade meme tokens, you can trade derivatives, you can do the daily spending on us. You can even use BitGet wallet to book your flight tickets.
Oh, really?
And also hotels.
Using stable coins or something?
Using stable coins.
Okay.
So you don't really need to have lots of different. I think the most people, they don't want to join DeFi or Web3 is because they think first it might be scam. And the second one is too separated. They got lots of fragmented stuff, fragmented app. With BitGet wallet, you can just do it all in one app.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And earlier you mentioned BitGet wallet has access to like early stage meme coins, like via DeFi.
Yes.
How does that break down exactly? Like you have like I'm assuming you have like an integrated exchange with like with BitGet. But also you have like a DeFi side as well, or are they? Is it seamless? How does that work exactly?
So on the meme token side, we integrate and cooperated with lots of different like 1inch and also like Uniswap type of trading venues.
Right.
We also got our integrators to ensure the price we can match the better price. So when you trade on BitGet wallets, you will see that, for example, if you want to trade something they just launched this morning, we will give you different price situations and select the best one for you. It may come from 1inch, it may come from BitGet wallets integrators. So this is how we enable it to happen. BitGet, we also support BitGet on this one. But from like a derivatives one, we also integrate like BitGet's derivatives and also hyperliquid derivatives.
I see. Is one of the biggest problems, especially for new people, but even veterans I've seen is like, let's say, I remember when the Trump meme coin launched, right? A lot of people got scammed by like, you know, the 500 not official Trump coins that also launched at the same time. Do you have protections against this? Or have you thought about this? Is it like trust the user? What approach have you taken?
So in more general ways, if you are the users, you now type in, let's not say Trump, let's say if you launch a token.
Okay.
Then what we will do is that we will ensure the one with a higher market cap and most people trade at the top of the search.
Nice.
When you click on it, you still don't share. We got the AI analysis for each token.
Oh, cool. Very good.
So you would directly connect to, if they got a Twitter for the projects, we connected to it. Because most of the project, they'll put their CA, their coin addresses on the Twitter side. So you can double verify it. And you can also see, if you are more advanced traders, you can also use our analysis to see how is the holder's situation looks like. Is it mostly holding on few people's? Then
the concentration of it. Yes. I got you.
So they got lots of depends on different levels of users. You can just click and buy, or you can do more analysis by our AI systems as well.
Within the app.
All within the app. So if you click the token, you can see everything in one page.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
that's great. That's awesome. I like that approach. I think that's a good one. All right, so you so the BitGet wallet describes itself as like a everyday finance app, not like a crypto specific app.
Yeah.
Obviously, this framing is intentional.
Yes.
I think personally that, and I've been saying this for a long time, it's not new, but this kind of framing is important for crypto to be kind of reach a mass audience. I was wondering, uh, how much do like normal people have to know about crypto to use the BitGet wallet app, right? Like how easily accessible is it? If do you have to be like me or you who are deep in the trenches?
Yeah, I think the for take myself as examples. I think the biggest um, like pain points to join the DeFi side is about the seed phrase. It's always about seed phrase.
Yeah.
So if now you joining, you try to open a wallet on Bigger Wallet, you just need to do, we got something called social login.
Okay.
So what you need to do is that finding with one of your email, like your Gmail or your like most preferred email, you just bind it, and actually just within like 1-2 seconds after you bind it, the wallet got generated. So it's binding with your social and with your email. So it's much easier. So you don't really need to like memorize your seed phrase before you entering into the DeFi world. And we try to simplify lots of different features. If you focus on trading, you just do trading part. If you want to travel around and try our PayFi, just check on the payment side. Like including online booking, earn product, everything's included. So we try to simplify users' journey and make everything looks more. It need to be simple but also clear. I think this is also something I learned from Japanese market as well. They don't want something too complicated. It will look scammy.
Yes.
They don't want something looks unclear. It also looks scammy. So from a DeFi side, we need to solve all those like insecure from user side based on our user journey and our UI.
Yeah. How important do you think AI is to this to make it less complicated and less scammy?
Yeah, I think AI is it's more like when you entering the DeFi world, they got two things AI can support. One is that like what we discussed, if you don't really believe in one of the projects or one of the token you try to trade, but the DeFi world is changing a lot. Like maybe when we are talking, they got thousands of tokens launched.
Yeah, of course.
So AI can help us to better support users with the analysis side. The other side is that we just launched our Bigger Wallet Scale. It's on open cloud. So if you are advanced traders, you just need to type some messages in Telegrams with your open cloud.
Nice.
Tell him to make the orders, open the orders with a limit. Everything will become like you just talk to AI, but you're doing trades.
Yeah.
You're doing everything you need.
Yeah. So you have this. Let me get this right. On-chain payments matrix.
Yes.
Could you tell me exactly what that means?
So the on-chain payment is more like it's echo to our everyday finance. We want to make the more users and more partners from the ecosystem to join us and to enable this to become something that we can really scale up. So in our on-chain metrics that we included like lots of spending scenarios, also like how users can really use it in different regions. Different regions might have different type of payments needs. So
For example, could you give me an
like
example?
in Southeast Asia, lots of users actually don't have credit card or card. What they prefer is actually doing the QR scan. So like we enable the QR scan in lots of Southeast Asia countries, and there will be more comes in. And so this is one of the payment. The other one is like a crypto card. So
That's like a credit card that's tied to your.
yeah, that's like a debit card.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
So it's more flexible, depends on the user's behaviors. Yeah.
Yeah. And is this correct that this is also being built or has been built with like AI agents in mind as well? So like AI agents can use this online payments platform or matrix?
So like what we discussed, currently AI is more like a like really like your assistant to support you make the orders. We're still exploring the potentials to make the payments become more automatic.
Yeah.
But I think we still need some time. The whole industry still needs some time to make this scale up. But it's definitely in the futures, not just on spending, but also on like earned products.
Yeah.
So all this type of like wealth management type of things will also become on-chain and more AI in the futures.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about Japan. Here we are in downtown Tokyo. Hapoen's very beautiful. We were talking about this before we got on camera.
Yeah.
It was raining a little bit, but other than that, it's still gorgeous.
Yeah.
Japan is a very distinctive market. I would say it's kind of highly suspicious or conservative about new financial products. It's conservative. It also has excellent payment infrastructure already. So how is adoption of the BitGet wallet in Japan?
So I can separate it into two different parts. First one will be on the PayFi side. We try to push. We try to work with more PayFi partners in Japan. So we launch some products here already, and we're working with more partners. Actually, this time here is actually try to understand about how to incorporate JPYC into our daily product system.
Very nice.
The other side is that we're actually coming from the trading focus, trading expertise. And like what we discussed, this Q1, Japan has been really amazed the whole market by how they can move the people from Web2 to doing Web3 trading. And from what we see that Japan actually grow around like 3 to 5x.
Really?
Just for meme trading in this Q.
This the first quarter of this year.
Yes.
Wow.
It's pretty different from other regions and how they can they don't want to do like really complicated trading. They just buy and hold and wait for the tokens to boom.
Yeah.
So the Japanese market is way different from other market as well.
Why do you think Japan has suddenly seen an increase in usage? Do you have any ideas or theories?
So based on what we know, like also for Trump, you see that Japanese people, they are well educated. So if you try to get them into like trading or investments, you need to give them lots of purpose and you need to let them believe it's solid. So like the Trump tokens, it got more like institutional join as well. And in this cycle, what we see is that most of the people who launch the tokens, they are well known in Japan.
Okay.
So they are not like someone from other markets just to launch the tokens.
Yeah.
Then leave. It's more like people knows who they are. People follow their Twitter.
Yeah.
So when they launch such tokens, one by one, people will think that this is much more solid than other meme tokens.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Very interesting. Let's talk a little bit about APAC in general. So you obviously have to work with all the various like sub-markets of APAC. Korea, incredibly crypto native. The biggest traders, I could think, by percentage of population, right? It's like, I forgot what the percentage is, but it's quite high, right?
Yeah.
Then you have emerging markets like the Philippines, highly regulated ones like Japan, and of course, I would consider the juggernauts of Asia being Singapore and Hong Kong. Where does Japan rank, do you think, in like crypto usage of the APAC region? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on any of the places I've mentioned or any others that you'd like to talk about.
I think Japan now will be more like the tier one markets when we try to do the growth. Previously, it might not be the higher tier. They got several things changes these days. Lots of Southeast Asia countries, they try to build up their own regulations and compliance. It's still in the progress. But from Japan side, it's more completed.
Okay.
So you know what exactly you can do and what you cannot do. So compliance side, Japan, it's more firm and stable.
I see.
And also on like the users' education, like criteria, lots of users in Japan, they really want to do more long-term investments. And this type of shift can make like not just on the trading side become more sustainable. but also your payments. Because once they got an investment, you will try to spend what you earn.
That's right. That's
And
right.
also, you try to spend what you earn, and also you want to put what you earn to have a higher yield. So it becomes more like a healthy loop. Unlike other economics in APEC, sometimes they just want to have a quick money, quick win.
Speculation kind of thing. Yeah.
Because they really see it as something that can make them with a wealth effect. But in Japan, we think more people believe in crypto these days, not just on the investment, but they more believe in like a whole ecosystem. And how currently like all the partners, local partners in Japan, try to build up the JPYC ecosystem is also pretty impressive as well.
Can you name some of these partners?
They got someone called Nasdaq over there.
Uh-huh.
They just enable users to pay with USDC in airports.
Oh, really? USDC?
Yeah. So this is one of their trial area. They will make more partners join them.
At Haneda or Narita or?
Should be Narita.
Okay, Narita.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that in a week.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Interesting. Very, very cool. What about other regions in Asia? I'd love to hear some thoughts on that. Like, so like you flew from Taiwan,
yeah.
right? So how's Taiwan doing?
I think Taiwan is pretty much like Japan now,
Uh-huh.
and the regulations these days, the compliance side also try to launch the stable coins as well. I think Taiwan is because Taiwan users are pretty early when trading crypto. Like earlier than when FTX just launched, lots
Yeah.
of people are trading on FTX, so they have been well trained.
Okay.
And also the meme tokens, more people are they got a close communities trade on everything. So Taiwan is pretty like understanding about what is Web3 is doing.
Yeah.
But we also see they got a huge potentials on the Web2 people because Web2 people haven't got a chance to be educated.
Yeah.
So you need to do lots of offline trainings and also working with some educated KOLs.
Right.
To make this happen. But the overall market potentials is also pretty good.
Very, very cool. So, you've been speaking about regulation and whatnot. I can't help but think that that Singapore maybe has, from a regulatory standpoint, taken a step back. They seem to like have clamped down a little harder in the past year or so. Well, I guess ever since FTX blew up, so they seem to have before they were kind of in the lead, and now they've slowed down a lot. I don't know if you've seen that or if you agree with that.
I think it's more like we keep monitoring how is the situation in Singapore. I think they also try to, like what I mentioned about Japan, they are trying to making the rules for the game. And then once the rules becomes more clear, actually more people can understand how to align with it and launch it. We're working with lots of partners. They're actually coming from Singapore, not just on like project or listing. The one you're working in Singapore, they are more how to say it? They're actually more like infrastructures builders.
Oh, really? Okay.
And also like when you talk to like Visa or MasterCard people, most of them you can talk to them directly in Singapore and lots of partners. I think Singapore it's their tech and how their financial situations been really advanced is helping the company, helping the whole industries with much better infrastructures now. But the compliance is still pretty early stage. People are monitoring how the registrations or licensing should look like.
Okay, very, very cool. All right, last question. It's just a real short question. Do you have like a country that you think is an up and coming country in Asia that no one's really talking about?
I will actually put Japan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
One of the reason is that two things. The first thing is that so last year when I was in way back to the other events, lots of people attending the events and try to talk to local agency. Because lots of global project companies, they don't know how to enter in this market.
That's
because
right.
of language, culture, lots of different things. So it makes lots of projects don't put Japan as their top priority. I think this is keep changing. I think the current situation is that people know that Japan got a really great potentials, and its compliance, stable coins, everything is moving much faster than other economies in APEC. So I'll put Japan as one of the most promising economies for this year.
Very, very cool. I love to hear it. I live in Japan, so I've got my bias. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Up next, we have Kondo Tomohiko, Representative Director and President of SBI VC Trade. Mr. Matt Owens will be interviewing him in Japanese, Mr. Fancy Pants. So stay tuned. I want to talk to you about Satoshi Scramble. Throughout this conference live stream, we're giving away free Bitcoin. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. We're going to show QR codes throughout the conference coverage. Here. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan the QR code. Paching! Swipe right to auto-magically send that Bitcoin to your self-custodial wallet. But be ready, be fast. Anyone watching can get that Bitcoin. Gotta catch them all!
This is the Federal Reserve, a private banking institution that prints paper money and controls how much money is printed. Not backed by gold or silver, there's nothing stopping the Federal Reserve from printing as many dollars as they want. In fact, since the Federal Reserve began in 1913, they have printed so much money, a single dollar is worth less than 5% of what it was back then. In short, the dollar that you work so hard for today is worth less by the time you wake up tomorrow. This is inflation, and whether you realize it or not, you are getting poorer by the minute. If you want to escape, there is only one option.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia, then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Okay, so welcome back to the Bitcoin.com live stream here in Tokyo, Happoen. I'm going to be talking to Kondo-san from SBI VC Trade. And the rest of this interview is going to be conducted in Japanese. So, まずは簡単な自己紹介いただけますか？お名前、会社など。はい。
はい、SBI VC トレード代表の近藤でございます。SBI VC トレードはSBI グループ金融コングロマリットの中の、暗号資産取引所でおよび電子決済手段ステーブルコインの取り扱いも行っている取引所を運営しておりまして、そこの代表を務めております。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい。そうですね。じゃあ、最初はSBI BC トレードは日本で初めて認可されたステーブルコイン取引所で、さらに数日前に RLUSD の取り扱いも開始されてますね。それで、このタイミングはどれぐらい重要だと思いますか？これはステーブルコインが日本で本格的な導入始まるなのでしょうか？それともまだある障壁が残っていると思いますか？
はい、まず昨年の3月、2025年の3月に SBI VC トレードが日本の電子決済手段等取引業というそのステーブルコインのライセンスを取得しまして、で、昨年の3月から USDC の取引が開始されました。で、これは日本初になりまして、まだ日本にはステーブルコインのその流通のライセンスを持っている会社は今 SBI VC トレードのみになっています。
すごいですね。
はい。で、RLUSD は今申請中になっておりますので、間もなくと言いますか、もう少しでローンチするところになりますので、まだ取り扱いは始まっていない状況です。で、1年ぐらい USDC の取り扱いを、日本で行ってきまして、まずいろんな取引の方いらっしゃるんですけれども、その USDC を日本円で買って、外部に送る方もいらっしゃれば、もともと USDC を持っていて、日本円に変換した、要はオフランプ、そういうニーズも結構ありまして、なので USDC を SBI VC トレード経由で売却するというのも結構数量としてはありましたね。で、直近この2週間でUSDC のレンディングサービスというのを開始いたしました。で、日本ですと USDC 持っているだけで、いわゆる利回りAPY をつけることはできないんですが、レンディングを申し込んでいただくと、その一定期間に対して利回りを付与してお返しするということができますので、我々今回始めまして、3ヶ月で、年率 10%
すごいです
の
ね。
利回りをお客様にお返しするというサービスを今始められましたので、これでUSDC の取引も結構また改めて増えてきてるのかなっていうところですね。はい。
10% はパッと聞いてものすごく高いと思いますが、
そうですね。
どういうお考えがありましたか？もう最初からその高い 10% で。
はい、まずはやっぱり 10% っていう魅力的な金利を出していろんな投資家の皆さんに、認識をしてもらおうかなということで、キャンペーン金利のような形で今対応しておりまして、でただですね、キャンペーンが終わったとしても通常 5% の利回りを出そうと思っておりますので、アメリカのいわゆる金利よりは高い水準で、出そうと思ってます。で日本だとやっぱりずっと低金利だったんですよね。
ものすごく低金利で、
低金日本円が
ほとんど 0%。
そうですね。日本円が低金利というのと、 あとこの5年ぐらいずっと円安が進んでいるので、やっぱり円の価値が下落してる、で、利回りもつかないという環境の中に、こういった新しいそのブロックチェーンを活用したサービスを一般の皆さんに出せるっていうのは非常に意義のあることかなというところで、はい。
すごい、ものすごく意義があると思います。
ありがとうございます。
そうですね。私も日本は長年住んでいて、はい、それでこの利子の低利子でもうほぼゼロで、しかも毎年私の銀行に入っている円の価値がずっと下がっていて、
そうですね。
すごいはい、悲しかったです。
なので、日本人の一般の人たちにも、こういう運用というか、ドルへの変換で、その資産を分散していただくような、助けになればいいなと思ってます。
もうすごい助けると思います。ありがとうございます。はい。はい。それで、さらに、スターテイルも、この、カンファレンスに、参加いただいてますが、共同でアンダテステーブルコインの2026年、第2四半期にローンチ予定ですね。はい。で、最終的な規制承認を待ってる段階とのことで、現在の進捗はどうなってますか？また、御社にとってその成功ってどう見えますか？
まず今のステータスとしては、まさに当局とやり取りをさせていただいているのと、あと我々の中でもシステムを準備したりですとか、いわゆる業務オペレーションですね、そういった準備をしておりますので、いろいろ今並行で進めております。で、
よかったです。
はい。で、その中で第2クォーター、セカンドクォーターですね。はい。4月、もう今4月なので、6月までには、ローンチできるようにという目標を立てて、今、準備をしているところになります。はい。で、今まで我々はUSDC と、あと今、ローンチを目指しているRLUSD、両方ドル建ての資産ですけれども、JPYSC は名前の通り日本円建てのステーブルコインですので、これは円建ては円建てでやはり非常に意義のあるものになるんじゃないかなと思ってまして、で、我々もやはり円建てなので、取引量もいわゆる決済とか取引量もそうなんですけれども、やっぱり残高ですね、AUM、こちらが重要だと思っておりまして、やっぱり日本円でいうところのその100億円、1000億円、1兆円と、そういうやっぱり増加をしていけるように、いろんなユースケースであったりとか、使いやすさを提供していくように、ローンチ後も対応していければいいなと思ってます。
いいですね。はい。両方があれば、みんなどっちかUSDC かもうドルか円か選べるようになったらすごくいいと思います。はい。そうですね。同じこのカンファレンスでXRP とリプルも同じ違う場所なんですけど、すごい同時にやってますから、SBI グループはこれまで長年渡りリプルおよび XRP とこの深い関係で、国際送金とか、XRP はすごく活用されていると思いますね。はい。で、今回 RLUSD、さっき話して教えてくれたRLUSD がで日本で利用可能となった場合だと、この XRP と競合することを避ける方針はありますか？
まずRLUSD がスタートすると、ステーブルコインですので、ドルと連動した価値のステーブルコインが流通することになるんですけれども、一番大きいのは今、海外ステーブルコインは日本の中の規制ですと100万円までの規制があるので、暗号資産は上限値はないんですけれども、ステーブルコインを買ったり送ったりするときに100万円の規制があるので、なかなかそのスタートしたときに、一気にその法人の利用だったりとか、大きな送金っていうのは起こりづらいっていうのがありますので、規制面でそういう課題は 日本ではあるので、この規制が将来的に緩和されるのかですとか、そういったところが利用拡大には大きなポイントになるのかなというふうに思いますね。
で、その緩和は何かもうこれからどれぐらい時間かかるか、もうこれは来年の話か、これはもうもっと先の話だと個人的にはどう思いますか？
そうですね、やっぱり、しっかり今議論されてできた規制なので、そんなに今年すぐ変わるっていうことは実際難しいのかなと思いますけれども、暗号資産の法律自体が今度は来年金融商品として認知されることになるので、そういう法律をアップデートしていこうっていう流れは日本にもあるので、その中でステーブルコインのそういう規制緩和っていうのも期待値はあるのかなとは思っています。
それ段階的にそれぞれ一個ずつ緩和していくか変わるかという形ですね。
そうですね。
はい、ありがとうございます。はい。そうですね。それでSBIBC トレードは暗号資産交換業など日本におけるそれぞれの主要なライセンスをすべてですね、取得した最初の事業者です。すごい素晴らしいと思います。はい。で、このような複雑な規制プロセスを先行して乗り越えるとは絶対容易ではなかったと思うんですけど、はい。ですね。で、その過程しながら、その過程でどのような学びがありましたか？それで、この先行優位性はあると思います。初めて。なので、今後の多分これから来る競合に対しては、持続的な優位性とそのままキープできると思いますか？
はい。
すいません、長い質問で。
はい。まずやはり特に直近取得しましたその電子決済手段と取引はステーブルコインのライセンスはやっぱりこれも取得には大変でして、実際1年以上期間をかかりました。
すごく長いです。
2023年の11月に SBI グループとサークルとMOU を締結して、そこで発表してから実際にライセンス取れて USDC 取り扱ったのが2025年の3月なので、1年半ぐらいの
1年半ですね。
時間かかりまして、で、今1年1ヶ月経過してますけれども、日本にはまだ他のステーブルコインライセンス業者がいないので、そういう意味でも難しさっていうのは分かるかなというところと、あとやはり暗号資産取引所をやってる会社でないと、なかなかステーブルコインのそのディストリビューターライセンスを取るのは難しいんじゃないかなと。ウォレットの管理ですとか、AML-CFT とか、そういう暗号資産のクリプトの管理に類似しているルールが結構あるので、なので単独で取るっていうのもなかなか難しいのかなっていうのが印象ですね。でその中で優位性なんですけれども、やはりそれと我々が暗号資産とあとステーブルコインとであと第一種金商業っていうクリプトのデリバティブ取引のライセンス、今3つ持ってるんですけれども、優位性としてはやはり組み合わせの取引ができるのが強いなと思いまして、ステーブルコインのライセンスだけだと例えば USDC を円で買う、USDC を売って円を得るっていうのみになるんですけれども、それに加えて、まだ我々では実現してないですけれども、そのビットコインと USDC とか、要はクリプトライセンスとステーブルコインライセンスで、組み合わせのサービスができるので、こういった新しいサービス展開が1社でたくさんライセンスを持ってると、いくつも組み合わせることができるので、このあたりは優位性になりますので、この難易度が高い中で、やっぱり1社で持っているってことは強みなのかなと思ってます。
いや、すごく強いと思います。その3つで通貨と、クリプトだけで、とステーブルコインだけで、その代わりだけじゃなく、もうそれぞれな人もあなたたちのサービスは使えると思いますから、すごくいいと思います。それでですね、日本の金融庁はステーブルコイン規制もちょっともう話しましたが、他国と比べ 割と迅速に対応してきたと思いますね。はい。他の国はまだまだですね、まだ何も、規制は、アップデートされてない国が多いと思います。で、実際にそのプロセス内部にいらっしゃる立場から見て、金融庁のどの点が優れてた、日本のですね、優れてたと感じられますか？また、今後、改善していただいてもらったらいいなと思うところも、どうですか？はい。
はい、まずステーブルコインの法律がもう2023年にできていたので、グローバルで見ても多分最も早いうちの国の一つかなと思いますので、そういう意味で新しいそういう技術とかプロダクトに対して、その規制を先行して規制を整備すると、いうのはもう日本として非常に早く対応していただいたのかなということで、それがあったからこそ我々もライセンスの申請をちゃんと規制に準拠して、申請できたということで、非常に素晴らしかったと思っております。で、今規制としては100万円規制というものが特に海外発行のステーブルコインにありますけれども、こういったところもやはり日本のその資金移動業ですとか、そういう関連法令にのっとった形での、今回規制にはなっておりますけれども、一方で今 SBI グループがその USDC を始めたり、その RLUSD ですとか、あと JPYSC ですね、スターテールとやってる JPYSC は、これは新着型と呼ばれるステーブルコインなので、それぞれ日本で初めてのケースのような形になるのが多いので、こうやり取りしてる中で、実際に初めてのケースでこうどんどん当局とも共に深掘りをしていったりとか、あと始まった後に取引状況がどうだとか、そういったコミュニケーションもさせていただいておりますので、なかなか初めてのことで難しい点はあるんですけれども、ただそういう面も含めてコミュニケーションを取らせていただいておりますので、共に日本のイノベーションを進めていければいいなというふうに思っております。
私もそうなるといいなと思っております。はい、そうですね。それで多分私たち見ていただいてるお客さん全員はもう知ってると思うんですけど、日本では2018年はコインチェック事件、以降ですね、暗号資産に関する規制が結構強化されましたね。で、一方でその厳格な規制がWeb3 分野とかの成長を数年抑制という指摘もあってもおかしくないと思いますね。それで振り返ってみて、これは現在結果的にこの暗号資産業界にとってプラスになったと思いますか？それともまだちょっとその影響なかなか悪くない良くない影響が残っていると思いますか？
そうですね、実際、そのハッキング事件っていうのが日本の中で何度か起こったっていうのは事実ですし、それをもとに新たな規制ができたっていうのも事実なので、起こってしまったことはもう今起こったという点では仕方ないとして、やはり消費者保護がやはり一番重要ですので、そういった規制が出来上がるのはそれはもう必然なのかなと。でハッキング事件が起こっても結局ハッキングされた事業者の皆さんが、実際にそのお客様の資産っていうのを補填をされているので、そういう意味で直接的にハッキングされた分は事業者補填で投資家の保護されたということなんですけれども、とはいえ
すごくいいことです
ね。とはいえハッキングされないことが重要なので、もうそのルールができることは仕方ないなというところですし、やはり 厳格なルールの中で、どうやって運営していくかっていうのをこう我々事業者とか民間の企業がまあ考えることではありますので、まあ、修正の要望とかはそれは都度ロビーイングさせていただいたりはしますけれども、まあ、もう起こってしまった以上こういうルールになるのは仕方ないなというふうには思っています。
はい。いや、ありがとうございます。はい。それでちょっと日本における暗号資産需要一般人とかこれからの需要についてお聞きしたいんですけど、はい、暗号資産の保有率が実は割と高いと思います。はい、他の国に比べたらそうですけど、投資家は慎重で貯蓄志向が強いと言われてます。はい。で、この2つはどう両立しているのでしょうか。それですいません、また長い質問で。でも、また若い世代では何かの変化を感じてますか？
そうですね。まず数字でご説明しますと、日本の今暗号資産の口座数が全業者で今1400万口座ぐらいになってまして、まあ、日本の人口が1億2000万人前後だと思いますので、10人に1人は今、計算上は口座を持っているというのがまず口座数としてはかなり増えてきてます。で一方で暗号資産の残高が一番多い時でだいたい5兆円ぐらい5兆円なんですけれども、もちろん昔に比べれば非常に大きくなったんですけれども、日本の今国民資産が2200兆円ぐらいですので、だから0.2% ぐらいですかね。
あんな低いんですね。
はい、なので、ご質問にもあった通り、日本の国民性として、貯蓄が半分ぐらいを占めているので、1000兆円がみんな貯金なんですね。まあ、なので、このあたりが暗号資産もそうですけれども、まあ、日本としては非常に課題になっていて、で政府も長らく貯蓄から投資へということを言ってきたというのが今の流れになってます。で、まあ、その、投資の一環としてやっぱりこういうビットコインですとか暗号資産というのは分散投資としては非常に有用な資産の一つだとは思っていますので、まあ、そもそもまず日本の国民向けに口座数は増えてるので興味は持ってくれてるんですけど、投資額はまだまだ正直少ないのかなとは思いますので、まあ、ビットコインとかこういう暗号資産がどういうものかとかそういう認知拡大とか啓蒙活動っていうのを広めていかないといけないなというふうに思っておりまして、まあ、その中でご質問にあった若者に関して言えばやっぱり若者の方が新しくこういう投資も見てみようっていう部分は大きいので、まあ、若者の方が投資のするハードルっていうのは低いと思いますね。まあ、ただ若者の方が貯金がお金持ってないのでまあやっぱり今我々の講座でも、投資の中心なのはやっぱり40代とあと口座数で言えば次に30代、でもお金で言うと金額で言うと40代の次は50代なんですね。なので、まあ、そういった若者もこういう若いうちから投資を少額でもしていって、やはり将来資産を築いた時に、まあ、もう少しどんどん投資額を上げていくのかとかそういったところは期待できるんじゃないかなと思います。
そうですね。私も最も重要だと思う自分の意見なんですけどこの暗号資産の業界の教育が足りてないと思います。
そうですね。
でそれは確かに日本はその講座の1割ぐらい人口的なすごく多いんですけどまだそこまでまあ信頼されてないんじゃないですかねと思うんでね。だから少額、みんなそれぞれちょっとじゃあ入れてみてどう思いますかみたいな。で教育はそれをもしかしてそれが変わっていくと私は思いますけど、
なのでSBI グループの中に日本で一番大きい SBI 証券もありますので、まあ、やっぱり株とか投資信託を投資している皆さんに向けて 暗号資産も分散投資の一つのアセットクラスですよと。もう来年には金融商品として法律でも定められるものですよ。
それはすごく変わると思う。
っていうのをしっかり啓蒙していきたいなと、思いますね。
いや、いいですね。はい。それですね。はい。ステーキングもちょっと話したいんですけど、SBIBC トレードにとってはすごく重要なんですね。はい。それで日本の投資家、昔から安定した割と安定した収益を好む傾向がありますが、ステーキングは暗号資産を貯蓄に近い商品、として感じさせる橋渡し的な役割を果たしていると思いますか？
はい、思いますね。我々 SBIBC トレードではステーキングの対応している銘柄が今日本で一番多い取引所になるんですけれども、やっぱり持っているだけで利回り API がつくっていうのは多分、日本の皆さんは多分好きな投資行動の一つ、やっぱり貯金して、少ないですけど、金利がつくっていうのが慣れているので、そういう中でやっぱり暗号資産っていうボラティリティの大きい資産にもかかわらず保有していれば一定の利回りがつくっていうのは安心感といいますか、仮に下がったとしてもその利回り分は数量としては増えますので、そういった安心感は感じていただけるので、ビットコインが王道で次にイーサリアム XRP とあって、なかなかもうそれ以降になると選ぶのが特に初心者とか新しい人は選ぶの難しいと思う中で、やっぱりイーサリアムとかソラナとかステーキングで利回りがつくっていうものはその選ぶ中の一つのポイントには大きくなってると思います。特に日本人には重要なポイントの一つになってるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
いや、私もそう思います。もうステーキングだけで保有していくだけで、それでもうこの利回りあるので、それで安心しながらもうちょっと放置しながら、もうそうですね、日本人慣れてますし、日本人だけじゃないと思います。世界中にはまだ暗号資産についてはちょっと懸念を持っている人がまだ多いので、ありがとうございます。はい、それですね、この間メトプラネットカンファレンスにもいて、だからちょっとメトプラネットについての質問も聞きたいんですけど、はい、メトプラネットは日本において上場企業としてビットコインを財務資産として採用した代表的な事例となっているんだと思います。で、3万5,000ぐらいビットコイン以上ですねを保有し、世界的にも有数の企業保有者となっています。で、一方で他の日本企業は依然として慎重な姿勢をとっているように私に見えるんですけど、なぜ他の企業はまだそこまでまだメトプラネット以外ですね踏み出してないんだと思いますか？
そうですね、メタプラネットさんが特に注目されたのが2024年からになりまして、で他の企業が多くが追従したのが、昨年の2025年の、春ぐらいからになっておりましたけれども、まず一つは昨年2025年の10月以降今暗号資産の市況があまり良くない状況が、続いているっていうのは一つ
残念ですけど
あるかなと思いまして、逆の見方をするとむしろ低いうちになるべく購入してっていうのはあるんですけれども、市況が悪いので、一般的にそのトレジャリー企業の場合、その株式市場から資金を調達するケースが多いので、やはり市況が悪い時にその市場から調達したものを暗号資産に入れるっていう動きは、日本ではやっぱりなかなか取りづらい、部分があるのかな。要は投資家の理解を得られづらい部分があるのかなと いうのはありますので、その点、やっぱりメタプラネットさんはもう、早くからビットコイントレジャリーとして進めていたので、日本の中でも群を抜けた保有量になっているのかなというふうには見ております。
はい、ありがとうございます。すいません、もう時間になります。すごいもうあっという間でしたので、すごいいろいろ勉強しましたし、見ているお客さんも多分すごい興味深かった話になったと思います。ありがとうございます。すいません。
ありがとうございました。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. The power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
We saw all of the exciting stuff happening with Dubai and crypto regulation. Their whole system is really trying to cater towards bringing more crypto innovators, builders, businesses, and just saying, we've got a framework, we've got a safe way to do this, and it's all by the book, it's all friendly, and they rolled out the red carpet for Bitcoin.com. So we saw it as a great opportunity to join the Dubai area and expand Bitcoin.com's reach into the MENA region. We're now operating out of the DMCC economic free zone. And I implore like every crypto builder, if you're looking for that legal support, the frameworks, the stability, and some support from banking, Dubai is still ahead of the US. You can't just fly into the US and be like, I'm setting up shop here, getting a bank tomorrow, ready to rock. So you can do that in Dubai. Moving is a pain in the butt, and moving companies is a pain in the butt. And if you don't have those like local contacts that can kind of guide you through the red tape, there's red tape everywhere, including in the UAE. It just felt like the Dubai entities and the DMCC really made that process a lot easier. They've got shared co-working spaces, an office space, all the legal frameworks, all the VARA support, any of the legal compliance stuff that you got to do to just stay above board. They'll make sure that you've got that clear checklist and support you along the way, just guiding you through that process. The Dubai and DMCC guys, they went above and beyond. There was active boots on the ground really like welcoming us. I can't thank them enough. It's been really helpful for us.
The Dow tumbled more than 500 points. Lehman Brothers, a 158-year-old firm, filed for bankruptcy. 25,000 employees will be liquidated.
And it's not going to get better quickly.
Now it's official, we are in a recession. Wall Street is clearly worried. The Dow plunged nearly 680 points today.
Just broad-based declines across all of the major technology sectors.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out.
It's an extremely volatile situation.
Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets.
This was 1 week, Maria. This market took 5 years to go higher. It's now down 40%.
We're now down 43%. Went from 190 to 166 in the blink of an eye.
So almost everything there completely wiped out. And the NASDAQ, everything and more has been completely wiped out.
We haven't seen anything like this probably since the Great Depression, I think it's fair to say.
If you were conscious in 2008, you remember the global financial crisis. Wall Street bros panicking on the trading floor, a 150-year-old investment bank getting liquidated, millions of homeowners dragged into foreclosure. And of course, there was the massive bailout for the too big to fail banks. Then years later, maybe you watched The Big Short. You saw Margot Robbie in a bubble bath explaining subprime mortgages. And let's be honest, a naked woman laying out the details did not improve your ability to absorb what actually happened. You probably walked away thinking, okay, the banks were greedy, got it. But you still had that nagging question. Weren't these guys supposed to be the smart money? They went to Harvard. They wear $5,000 suits. How did they accidentally set the entire global economy on fire? Spoiler alert, it wasn't an accident. Today, we're doing an autopsy. We're gonna walk you through the 48 hours that killed Lehman Brothers, We're going to name the specific guys who pulled the trigger, and we'll show you how their absolute arrogance triggered a shadowy coder to build the ultimate plan B, Bitcoin. Buckle up, it gets ugly. Okay, it's 1:45 a.m. on a Monday morning in Lower Manhattan. Most of the city is asleep, drunk, or worrying about the Giants game. But at the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, a team of lawyers from the firm Weil, Ghoshal & Manges is walking through the doors like a funeral procession. Leading them is a man named Harvey Miller.
Financial firms are dependent upon confidence. Once that confidence evaporates, there is no possibility of reorganization.
Now, if you don't know Harvey Miller, think of him as the Grim Reaper for Fortune 500 companies. He's the guy you call when things have gone from bad to apocalyptic. He had spent his career saving companies like Texaco and Drexel Burnham, but tonight he wasn't there to save the patient. He was there to pull the plug. Okay, so Harvey hands the clerk a petition for Chapter 11 protection. And just like that, with a few signatures and a timestamp, Lehman Brothers is dead. We're talking about a 158-year-old institution. This bank had survived the Civil War, the Great Depression, and 2 world wars. But it couldn't survive one weekend of its own stupidity. $639 billion in assets, frozen instantly. To put that number into perspective, that's more than the GDP of Switzerland. Gone. When the sun came up, the chaos wasn't just bad, it was biblical. The Dow Jones dropped 500 points at the open. Traders were literally puking in the bathrooms. But the ticker tape doesn't tell the real story. The real horror show was happening in something called the Reserve Primary Fund. This fund was managed by a guy named Bruce Bent. He literally invented the money market fund. And his pitch was simple: safety of principal, instant liquidity, and a reasonable rate of return. It should bore you to sleep. You put $1 in, you get $1 out. Always. It's boring, it's safe. Well, it turns out Bruce had been buying Lehman Brothers debt because it paid slightly higher interest. So yeah, he was basically picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. I've got $100 here. When Lehman died, Bruce's safe fund broke the buck. Suddenly, your $100 was worth $97. Now, you might be thinking, who cares? I lost 3%. Big deal. No, actually, it's a huge deal, because if you can't trust a money market fund, you can't trust anything. It started a bank run on the entire global financial system. General Electric, the company that makes jet engines and light bulbs, suddenly couldn't borrow money overnight to pay its factory workers. The commercial paper market dried up. That means the guy screwing the bolts into the jet engine doesn't get a paycheck on Friday. And if he doesn't get paid, he doesn't pay his mortgage. And if he doesn't pay his mortgage, well, you see where this is going.
2.6 million jobs were cut from the economy last year. That's the greatest decline since 1945.
If we measure how the economy is doing on the basis of employment, it's doing about as poorly as you can imagine.
So the jet engines stopped being built, but in the months that followed, the impact hit Main Street like a freight train. Unemployment didn't just rise, it doubled. By October 2009, it hit 10%. In total, 8.7 million jobs were lost. To put that into perspective, imagine the entire population of New York City, every single person in the 5 boroughs, suddenly losing their paycheck on the same day. Foreclosures skyrocketed. In 2008 alone, 3.1 million foreclosure filings were issued. That's 1 in every 54 homes in America receiving a notice. Whole neighborhoods in Nevada and Florida turned into ghost towns. We're talking empty swimming pools, overgrown lawns, zombie subdivisions. But here's the stat that really hurts. You know about Lehman Brothers, but did you hear about the others? Between 2008 and 2012, 465 smaller banks failed quietly. They didn't get a bailout, they didn't get a movie, they just got a padlock on the door. And the recovery, well, it wasn't equal. Wall Street bonuses hit a new record high just 18 months after the crash. 18 months. But for the average American family, it took nearly a decade for their net worth to get back to where it was in 2007. $11 trillion in household wealth evaporated. The message was clear. The system is designed to save them, not you. And the cost wasn't just financial, it was mortal. Studies published in the British Journal of Psychiatry estimate that between 2008 and 2011, there were over 10,000 excess suicides across Europe and North America directly linked to the crisis. Nearly 5,000 of those happened in 2009 alone. These weren't just numbers. They were people crushed by sudden unemployment, unpayable debt, and the shame of losing a family home. And the tragedy is, it was preventable. Countries with stronger social safety nets didn't see these spikes. But amidst the ruin, there was an anomaly. While the world was blind, a guy named Michael Burry was sitting in his office in San Jose looking at the spreadsheets. Although he had his own hedge fund, he wasn't part of the Wall Street Club. He was a former neurologist with a glass eye and a bad haircut. But unlike the banks, Burry actually read the data. He looked at the thousands of pages of mortgage bonds that the experts were too lazy to read. He saw the fire years before the smoke appeared, and he bet against the housing market. For 2 years, the banks mocked him. They raised his premiums. They questioned his sanity. His own investors tried to sue him to get their money back. The guy who was pointing at the fire was treated like an arsonist, but he held the line. And when the dust settled in 2008, Michael Burry personally made $100 million, and his fund made $700 million. He didn't win because he was smarter. He won because he was willing to look at the inconvenient truth when everyone else looked away. But while Burry was cashing his checks, the government was losing its mind. It got so bad they started acting like they were in a bad spy movie. When the FDIC had to take over Heritage Community Bank in Illinois, they were terrified of starting a riot. So they codenamed the takeover Operation Happy. I'm not joking. A team of government agents checked into a local hotel under fake names. They sat in their rooms waiting for the very last customer to leave the bank branch so they could storm in and seize the assets. It was a surreal, cinematic, clandestine military operation in the middle of a suburb, just to close a bank. The system was so fragile that a single rumor could shatter it. It felt like the end of the world. But to understand why Harvey Miller had to walk into that court at 1:45 a.m., we have to go back 2 years to the scene of the crime. Welcome to 2006. The economy is roaring, Borat is in theaters, Shakira's hips don't lie, and apparently everyone in America is a real estate genius. If you have a pulse, you can get a mortgage. Waiters are buying 3 condos in Miami. Strippers are flipping 5 houses in Vegas. It was a gold rush. But behind the scenes, Wall Street was cooking up a new product, a financial weapon of mass destruction. Now, we have to give credit where it's due. The father of this mess is a guy named Louis Ranieri from Salomon Brothers. Back in the late 70s, he invented the mortgage-backed security. His idea was actually brilliant. You take a bunch of boring individual mortgages, bundle them into a giant bond, and sell slices of that bond to investors. It created liquidity. It helped people buy homes. But by 2006, the banks had taken Ranieri's invention and turned it into Frankenstein's monster. Here was the problem. Banks like Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, and Merrill Lynch were addicted to selling these bonds. They generated massive fees, but to make the bonds, they needed mortgages. And by 2006, they had run out of good borrowers. They ran out
Hello and welcome back to the Bitcoin.com live news desk. I am with Philip Pon, CEO of Emergo, a co-founding entity of the Cardano blockchain that drives the commercial adoption of blockchain technology and asset tokenization.
Correct.
Thank you, sir, for being here.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, I want to know what Emergo is exactly, but before we get to what you're doing now, I would love a little brief history. What's the path that you've taken to where you are today?
Great. Well, thanks again for the question. So I'm Canadian by birth, so one of the good guys. One of the good guys. But as I just mentioned, I moved to Asia about 25 years ago into Hong Kong, ultimately to do traditional finance. Have a background in consulting, private equity, etc. But ultimately moved to Asia to kind of build a business. And did that for about a decade and saw the emergence of blockchain, saw how that technology was incredibly disruptive and really wanted to get into it. And ultimately pivoted into blockchain in about 2017, joining a company called OSL. It was the first licensed, regulated crypto centralized exchange in Hong Kong. And was the COO and president there for a number of years. Did that for a while, went into DeFi as DeFi Summer came about. Those were the days.
The heady days.
The heady days. And then moved to Abu Dhabi for that time frame.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then as DeFi Summer came to a close, ultimately went into Emergo. Ultimately a top 5 L1, incredibly strong infrastructure technology stack, and ultimately I think one of the chains that will be a winner at the end of the day. And so came on and joined Emergo as the CEO. Ultimately with a goal to drive commercial adoption and build a real business.
Okay. So let me ask you a couple follow-up questions here.
Sure.
Why did you go to Hong Kong 20 years ago? Why did you choose Hong Kong?
I think I'd love to tell you that I had a crystal ball and I saw the future. But I think the practical reality, though, still was there were very clear signs that Asia as a region was going to punch well above its weight over the next 10 to 20 years, particularly as China opened up and the state-owned enterprises became public. And so timing was very...
I think we might have to pause here for a second.
Sure.
The spectacle is coming through here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Maybe pan camera left.
Exactly. Maybe you can do it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, or maybe they're done.
Oh no, I think they're wishing us good luck. Good fortune.
That's nice. That's nice. I wish they could. I wish we could show everybody.
Exactly. Bitcoin 100K, right?
Live streams, ladies and gentlemen, live streams. Okay,
Absolutely.
so you were saying you wish you had a crystal ball.
Yeah,
but you saw that this was kind of the way the Asia region was going.
Yeah, I felt Asia was going to emerge, China in particular, and benefit from that for about a decade. And whilst that was happening, blockchain, cryptos started to really emerge. And if you actually take a step back, Binance, OKX, Huobi, and OSL, where I was at, we all came out of Hong Kong.
BitMEX.
Right? And BitMEX, et cetera, Arthur and whatnot. So it was a real hotbed for crypto.
Yeah.
And so it was actually the place to be. It was equivalent of the Silicon Valley for, .com era.
Yeah.
And so I felt like I was finally in the right place at the right time and was able to pivot into the industry and take on a meaningful role at a company that focused on being regulated and institutional. Now, at that time, probably retail and unregulated was where the money was being made, but we really felt that regulated institutional is where things were going to go. And I think we're starting to see that now.
Yeah. Do you remember how you first got introduced to crypto in Hong Kong? I've heard so many crazy stories about parties on the street where they literally airdropped
or the
QR
Bitcoin
codes
ATMs
and
things
all
like
this
that.
kind of stuff.
The reality is I reconnected, I should say, with a good friend from university who was mining Bitcoin in 2014, 2015.
Wow.
And had constantly told me, you need to buy Bitcoin, you need to get into this space. And at the time I was in TradFi, doing reasonably well, enjoying, the hard work of building a business. And I said, look, this was more of a hobby, right? And as he became more and more successful and I took more interest in what he was doing, it became quite clear to me, again, that this is again where the future is going to pivot, right? And this is going to be the next 10, 15 years of my career.
Yeah.
And so I have a couple of good friends to thank for the introduction. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's fast forward to today. Emergo, like I said, a co-founding entity of the Cardano blockchain. What exactly is it that you do?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's often kind of opaque outside in. Cardano being predominantly known as kind of a research chain, technology-driven, very academically focused, with an incredible, founder in Charles. Charles Hoskinson, obviously co-founder of Ethereum, co-founder Cardano, and now Midnight. So very prolific, incredibly intelligent guy, and very strong business acumen. And so when Cardano was established, 3 entities were formed, right? So you have IO, which, let's oversimplify, focus predominantly on the technology and the infrastructure because of Charles's capabilities and expertise. Then we set up the Cardano Foundation, which is ostensibly akin to other foundations that are quite normal for us to kind of look at, Near Foundation, Solana Foundation, etc.
Yeah, Ethereum Foundation.
Emergo was a bit different, in a sense, a bit of a redheaded stepchild, right? It was the commercial arm, the one that was supposed to commercialize the chain, build relationships with institutions, builders, etc. But you have to remember, back in those days, institutions weren't really ready to adopt.
What day was this?
This was 2017, 2018, right?
Right.
So these are very early days.
Yeah, very early.
Very early days. And so we did, yeoman's work, and I certainly wasn't there at the time to kind of start building some of the core primitives that were needed for institutional adoption to happen. So for us, it's your Rye wallet, a light wallet, which is the basis for a lot of things. And then we supported and invested in things like DEXs, things that are doing borrowing and lending, etc. Some succeeded, some less successful, obviously during the ups and downs of crypto. So for Emergo, when I joined about a year and a half ago, my boss's mandate was, look, we need to build an enduring, long-term business that ultimately solves real-world use cases, right? Things that actually need to be done better with blockchain. So that's been my focus. And where I'm landing out, I think I had the good fortune of having a keynote this morning. Where I land out is, I think the narrative that brings us out of this winter is neobanking.
Okay.
I think the future of finance should be on-chain. And I think one of the things that is counterintuitive to that, and why it's actually so important for institutions and enterprises to adopt blockchain finally, is because of the emergence of AI. You can deepfake anything now, almost to an indistinguishable level with AI. We're starting to see people actually create invoices that can pass the test of the AR teams, right? And so what is ironically true about crypto blockchain is we are AI resistant. We are an immutable blockchain, and Cardano is moving towards quantum resistance. And so we're actually going to be able to persist post-quantum, but certainly in the next little while, you need an immutable ledger to ensure that what is being processed financially is actually the truth.
Yes.
Right? And so we think we're incredibly well positioned now to take advantage of that.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, I have a couple questions on this. First, real world use cases. I would say that's what you think is important.
Really think
now.
about, yeah.
And the two that I heard were neobanking and like AI. Like being able to distinguish the kind of the veracity of things.
Correct.
That AI kind of makes difficult.
Yeah.
So let's talk about neobanking. It seems like all of these apps, like Robinhood app or
Revolut,
Revolut, all this, and then
100%.
some from like the crypto side Coinbase or this, that, and the other. They're all kind of trying to converge on this neobanking idea.
Correct.
Yeah.
Convergence is the real play right now. So how are we going to do it differently is the natural question, right? So I'll ask a couple of controversial questions to you. Depending on where you live, so I won't name a country, but depending on where you live, do you have more trust in your government or less trust in your government, right?
Yes.
Depending on where you live and depending on who you bank with, is working with your bank easier or harder? Is depositing money or withdrawing money easier or harder?
Yeah.
Are they charging you both ways? Yes, right? And so what's different from what I see how the world is going to evolve is I think self-custody must be a core primitive that we retain in crypto. right? It's one of the reasons why a lot of us came here. We want to move to some degree away from centralized platforms, more to decentralized platforms. Now, it's not an either or. So I believe very strongly that I will retain an HSBC account or a Standard Chartered account, and that will be something very important because I'll need to pay a mortgage, pay some bills, and kind of potentially even get my salary, right? But I'll also want to have an on-chain bank where it's self-custody, which is my keys, my coins, that I can now, engage the financial operating system to buy securities in a permissionless environment, right? To yield, to send, to save, right? To swap, that frankly can coexist with a permissioned world of off-chain, I should say. And so then you kind of push it one step further. We take for granted that we have a stable currency, right? We take for granted that you can buy Tesla shares, or you can buy a Sony share, or you can buy a Vanguard ETF. We take for granted we have an opportunity for wealth creation. There's 1.4 billion people who are unbanked, right? In emerging markets like Nigeria, Indonesia, Philippines. And those are actually growing very quickly and adopting technology very quickly. But they don't necessarily have stable currencies, stable financial infrastructure and operating systems. If we're able to offer that to them, now you're actually unlocking so much human potential. I don't know if you know this, but in 20 years or so, 40% of the world's population will be in Africa.
Oh, wow.
Right? Because the birth rate in Africa is a multiple of replacement. Whereas the birth rate in some of the largest countries in the world right now are sub 2. In fact, some cases sub 1. Korea's 0.76, Japan 0.98, I think. China, again, one-child policy has historically hovered around 1. So those populations are shrinking, whereas some of the emerging populations are growing dramatically. Indonesia is another one that's growing dramatically. And they need financial operating system that they can rely on that is based on a currency that has stability, right? And so this is where I see the future going.
Now, again, I apologize for my ignorance, but how exactly is Emergo doing this?
That's a perfect question. It's a perfect question, right? I actually was asked this question multiple times, and the practical reality is this. Emergo and our approach and our neobank that we'll be launching is not a startup. It's an ecosystem. We belong to Cardano, and that is a thriving ecosystem. We are in a partner chain with Midnight, which provides another core primitive that's necessary. Privacy, selective disclosure, selective compliance, so that when you do, I don't need to know how much money you have in your bank, right?
Yeah, and you shouldn't.
And I shouldn't. Exactly. Exactly. And so all of those elements we're going to be building on top of our wallet infrastructure. So the wallet infrastructure remains the primacy, right? The prime entry point. Now, I won't be the one to tell you that I can displace USDC or USDT. No, we'll happily accept that.
Right.
I won't be the person who tells you that I can tokenize all assets on the planet. Well, there's going to be multiple players who are going to tokenize different asset classes. And so we'll simply partner with them and make their products available to the Cardano ecosystem, the Midnight ecosystem, and where we're focused on the emerging markets, right? And so ultimately, we see ourselves as a distribution play.
Okay.
Ultimately, we are the gateway to all of these things. And our advantage is, again, we're not a startup. I'm not trying to get 0 to 1. You know, Cardano's been around for almost a decade. And we have a thriving community in Japan, as many of us know. Certainly in Korea, certainly in the US. And all of these folks are looking for a place to onboard. Right?
Okay, I see. And so, you're in the kind of the you're like this distribution point, I think, via a wallet, basically.
Yeah, via a wallet, right? So ultimately via what, but how I would evolve it is it will start taking less the shape of a wallet in digital parlance, right? More of like a second bank account. Right?
I got
because it eventually has an account number, and eventually you can deposit, you can withdraw, you can send, you can yield. And it just adds all of that functionality that is missing right now. Right? And from our perspective, some of it should be permissionless to retain the ethos of crypto, right? But some of it must be permissioned, right? Because we want to work with TradFi, we want to work with regulators. I think is the next kind of evolution, right?
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, the I would say the wrinkle here, not the wrinkle, the one of the strong points for me personally is I love privacy. I mean, that was my first love in crypto was Monero, actually. I went to Bitcoin,
Yep.
super excited about Bitcoin. And then after about a week, I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. Everyone can see everything.
Yeah, this is terrible for privacy.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the fact that then that you also have privacy built in.
Yeah, we'll have a
via
partner
midnight,
chain by
right?
midnight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
100%.
so important to,
It's
to
essential.
have. Yeah,
It's essential for anyone to put their money on chain and to feel comfortable doing so and transact, right? They want to ensure that it's private.
Yeah.
But at the same time, given the jurisdictions we operate in, there are regulatory requirements that may need to be resolved.
Yeah, of course.
And what
yeah.
Midnight allows for, and frankly, the genius of Charles on this is there's selective disclosure, or better term, smart compliance.
Yeah.
So if a regulator needs to see X or Y, that can be disclosed, but random person from the street doesn't need to see or know what you're buying or selling.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is a key core primitive that has not yet been solved for until Midnight's launch. It went mainnet about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, very, very cool.
Yeah.
I'll be speaking with someone from Midnight a little later.
Oh,
I can't wait to
Yeah, by all
to get
means.
more of that, more into that. Okay. All right. So, Emergo focused on commercial adoption. Does this mean that you're trying to get businesses and institutions to use kind of or integrate blockchain projects, or are you still focused on retail?
Oh,
I mean, is it both? Is it?
It's actually the $1 million question, the $64,000 question, as they say, right? So the practical reality is we can only do so much, right?
Yeah.
We're a real business with real constraints. But how we see it is you can actually combine the two, right? So if I go into Indonesia, well, I'd love to do that with a JV partner, right?
Okay.
And that JV partner should be institutional,
Yeah.
because I want to ensure that
JV?
a joint venture
Okay,
partnership,
sorry.
right? Like a joint venture
Okay.
partnership. And that partner should be institutional. That partner should be regulated, because I want to work with a trusted partner.
Yeah.
I want to work with a partner that has relationships with the local regulators, right? So the parts of our offering that require to be permissioned, in a sense, to
Yeah.
be KYC and AML, are properly KYC and AML.
Right.
For those parts that are allowed, given the jurisdiction, given the regulatory framework, to remain permissionless, of course we want to allow that to be retained. And so in that way, we'll be able to ultimately be B to B to C,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
The retail users, the people who actually need to be banked,
Yeah.
well, those are retail people. Those
Yeah,
are people
yeah.
like you and me.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
But in order to, to be able to scale that, proper JV institutional partner is the fastest way.
Yeah. Have you, when you go to different countries, I don't know if you have a focus. Is it Asia or is it just global?
Yeah, I think if you take a step back, the core requirements are, is it a young population? Is
Oh,
it
okay.
growing?
Interesting.
Because they're more likely to adapt and
Right.
adopt new technology,
Right,
right?
right.
Number two, are there current constructs that make their own currency potentially less stable? Right. So the willingness to adopt stable coins to transact payments, save, etc.,
Yeah.
has a higher propensity, right?
Yeah.
And then is there good core technology infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Can you get 5G?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when you look at that, it becomes quite clear, places like Vietnam are incredibly, the demographic works.
Yeah.
Places like Indonesia, actually the demographic works.
Yeah.
Nigeria, the demographic works.
Yeah.
Kenya, the demographic works. So for us, we look at it more like that. And we would attack those markets first.
Yeah. When you have gone to these markets, is there a lot of suspicion or conservatism from businesses?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, and this is where the benefit of being in Cardano plays to our strength. It is a blockchain rooted in academia, strong technical focus. It's never been hacked. It's never gone down, right? And so there is a track record of almost a decade of, perfect performance, as they say.
Yeah.
Now, knock on wood, that continues, of course, like crypto being what
Of
it
course,
is.
Yeah.
But when you can walk regulators, you can walk institutions through the robustness of the chain, there's a lot of confidence, right? Now, at the same time, I don't believe we live in a world that is one chain only. I think it's very important for us to contemplate being a chain agnostic, excuse me, and really embrace adoption,
Yeah.
right? Users.
Yeah.
And ultimately, how the pipes work behind the scenes, most people don't care.
Yeah.
Right?
No, yeah, I agree completely. Do you like something to drink?
Hopefully I'll be okay.
Okay. Don't worry about it if you need it. I'm very familiar with this feeling. So I want to bring back in the AI piece now a little bit, because As you alluded to earlier, blockchains are ideal to solve this coming AI problem that lots of businesses are going to have to deal with, like traditional businesses. Are you seeing any actual interest from these traditional businesses, like forward-looking businesses thinking, I don't know, 5-10 years out, like, oh man, we've got a AI problem coming here soon. What are we going to do about it? And and then maybe reaching out to you or showing interest in blockchain via that path?
I think there's two things. So number one, step one is there institutional adoption of blockchain happening at scale, right? And I would say finally, yes, right? And here's a clear example. Did you know this past month, stable coins settled on chain 7.2 trillion?
Yeah, I heard something
Right?
about that. Yeah.
Whereas
yeah,
ACH
yeah.
was, which is traditional money,
Right.
6 trillion.
Yeah,
It's the first time ever.
pretty wild.
This is an inflection point. So it's cheaper, it's faster, it's more robust. And that's what institutions care about. Is it cheaper, faster, and more robust? Generally, you get 2 out of the 3. But crypto actually offers all 3. And the robustness has come to the forefront with AI. Before, it's cheaper and faster. That's easy to tell. But is it more robust? Is it better than our current systems that we're protecting? We've built over 100 years. We know it works. We can reconcile, et cetera, et cetera. Now with AI being able to maybe outpace that or circumvent that in ways that they are starting to see as a risk, now all of a sudden the robustness of blockchain becomes number one.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, instead of you can have 2 out of the 3, you can have 3 out of the 3. And that's why blockchain adoption becomes inevitable. And that's what's going to take us out of this winter.
Very, very cool. All right, so we are here in Tokyo. Hapoin is a beautiful location. Is this correct? Emergo was established in Japan.
Yes. Our roots are here. Our roots are here.
Okay. So can you tell me, is Japan an important location for Emergo? Is it an important location for Cardano, for commercialization? Where does it fit in?
Yeah, it's kind of like your parents, right? You always go home for Christmas. You always go home for Thanksgiving, right? You always go home and do your laundry.
Okay.
They're always there for you, right? And for us, that's how we feel about Japan. It's our roots. It's always there for us. It's always home. And so we're always grateful to come back and benefit from the support of not just the community, but the country itself, right? And so I would say 100% from Emergo's perspective and from Cardano's perspective, and even further from Midnight's perspective, Japan is essential. Right? Japan is actually one of the earliest adopters of blockchain technology, right? You know, in their instance, look, demographics didn't work for them, but technology and infrastructure did work for them, and strong regulatory presence to protect investors worked for them. And that's why you have such a stronghold of crypto enthusiasts here of all ages. You know, if we do a gathering of Cardano enthusiasts here, it's all ages, including, you know, people in their 60s and 70s, right?
Yeah.
So it's phenomenal for us to see that. So I would say, humbly speaking, it will always be an incredibly important part of us and strategically important as well. We think the early adopters of our pivot to neobanking will also come from here, right? The use of cards and card payments as an alternative will come here, right? So we're definitely big believers in Japan.
Japan, obviously known for being very conservative, especially about new financial products and things of that. Highly regulated. Some might say overly regulated. Have you found that commercialization is particularly difficult here versus other jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think these things tend to ebb and flow.
Okay.
Right. So moments of high energy, people will look to like Vara or ADGM, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, where certainly places that are seen as incredibly progressive, right? You know, even Hong Kong, early days, given the birthplace of all these cryptos, they were very much on the forefront. And then you have industry shocks, right? You have bad things that do happen, right?
FTX,
Luna,
pulled back Singapore government.
Certainly. And then, you know, things work their way through. New actors come in, lessons are learned, regulators tighten, loosen, you know, relative to how the industry evolves. And so we live in a world where there are multiple regulators and the projects are actually very mobile. And so there is a healthy competition, though, for regulators to attract builders,
That's very
to
true.
attract companies to want to build here. And that's what Abu Dhabi and Dubai did very, very well in this last cycle. You know, everyone was building and moving into the GCC, right? From Hong Kong, from Singapore, where I'm based, right? Now, for other reasons, things are pivoting to the U.S., for example, with an administration that's much more, let's say, progressive, even more progressive, right? And that market being very sizable. And then now, how does that feel in Asia? We feel like we're a little bit behind. We feel like we're being, you know, perhaps, you know, more conservative. But ultimately, what has to be common across all regulators is investor protection, or, you know, markets that operate in an orderly fashion, right? People who are responsible as responsible officers who ultimately face consequences for running companies that are offering financial products.
Yeah.
And so for me, I welcome it. You know, if things take longer, they take longer. But what we know in Japan is they tend to last.
Yeah.
You know, once you're approved, once you've met those requirements, you have the full support of the JFSA, right? And so that means a lot, right? So for us, I simply look at it as, you know, we have choice, they have choice. Certain geographies may be more advantageous today, but may not be as advantageous tomorrow. We have to be very thoughtful in building long-term relationships. It's really important.
Yeah, I like that. My last question is on regulators. So I take it that you sit down with regulators in different areas.
We, you know, I would say that we absolutely welcome those conversations.
Yeah.
You know, particularly as we start pivoting into neobanking and start understanding that there are very, you know, sometimes not as clear lines as you might like, but there are definitely lines where you want to have proper AML, KYC, you know, very permissioned. And there are lines where, you know, you can operate in a DeFi-like environment, right? So for us, we would welcome those conversations to the extent you can have some degree of clarity. That'll be really, really important. And that's what's happening now. And that's why there's so much excitement in crypto. I came today, I wasn't expecting the energy level, right? Given that we're deep in a winter in my feeling, right? But what you're actually seeing is an increasing...
And an oil shock.
Yeah, exactly. But what you're seeing is an increasing number of institutions coming who are now ready because they're starting to see, much like I shared with you, you can have it cheaper and faster, and now you can have it more robust. They're starting to think about how do we adopt this? How do we integrate this into our businesses? And regulators see that too. So we would definitely welcome those conversations.
When you speak with regulators, can you tell me like what is like top of mind for them? What are they kind of the one or two things that they're most focused on?
Yeah, I think there's three things. Number one, as we all know, technology always outpaces regulation and legislation, right? That's what innovation is, right? So we're always doing new things, and therefore the laws and the rules tend to be, we'd like them to be fast followers, but they're not always fast followers, right?
Yes.
So the biggest thing for them when you start innovating is coming back to investor protection, right? We can't have people getting rugged, right? We can't have people, you know, being exploited, right? Because that does nothing for the ecosystem. It does nothing for the industry. And so for them, the focus is always, how are you protecting people?
Yeah.
How are you ensuring that mom and pops are not going to lose their life savings? Because that's a societal issue, right? And that's something that governments beyond the regulators care enormously about, especially as costs are rising. So we have to have that top of mind. And that's why, you know, from our perspective, we would always want to be more conservative on this front.
Right.
Right? It's okay. We think longer term. I've been in 3 cycles now. There will be a few more, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. I've
It's a real
enjoyed the
pleasure.
conversation.
Thank you.
Up next, I will be speaking with Annabelle Wong. That's going to happen around 2. Please stay tuned.
Amazing.
This is the Federal Reserve, a private banking institution that prints paper money and controls how much money is printed. Not backed by gold or silver, there's nothing stopping the Federal Reserve from printing as many dollars as they want. In fact, since the Federal Reserve began in 1913, they have printed so much money, a single dollar is worth less than 5% of what it was back then. In short, the dollar that you work so hard for today is worth less by the time you wake up tomorrow. This is inflation, and whether you realize it or not, you are getting poorer by the minute. If you want to escape, there is only one option.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia. Then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
It's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Sir, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
I always start with the same question. Can you please tell me your name and what you do?
So my name is Toby, or Tobias for the German speakers out there. And we run a venture capital fund called TBV. And we run one of the biggest event brands in Web3. It's called The Best Event.
All right. I want to focus mostly on The Best Event for this interview because we are at one of the best events.
This is true.
This is a lovely hot point. It's absolutely gorgeous here.
Beautiful place, yeah.
Yeah. This is how you do Live Edge, by the way, for all the people who want to know how to do it. This is how you do it, okay? It's not how some of these YouTubers do it. That's how you do it. But anyway, so can you please tell me a little bit of the history of The Best Event? What did it start as, and then kind of what has it evolved into?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. So it started actually, so I live in Singapore, and that's where the early versions of The Best Event started. So I had an apartment in Singapore that was basically, it was a 1-bedroom, right? And we decided every month to host people there. And in the very beginning, it was called Web3 with Toby.
Nice.
Right? It was a very random thing that we came up with. It was like, okay, what's the most stupid thing we can call this?
I love it.
So people get attention. And then you just call Web3 with Toby, and it had like a face of me on every single like Luma invite.
That's
right?
awesome. That's great.
And then we did it, and like the first time, 15, 20 people showed up, which were all friends, right? They were like, this is weird, but sure, I come by. And over time, it got so big that I almost got kicked out of my apartment because we had 400 people standing in front of my apartment complex in Singapore. And my entire room was basically a liquor store because we had bring your own booth, right? So other people ended up bringing wine bottles and stuff just to contribute, right? Because we obviously didn't charge entry for it or nothing.
Yeah.
And we paid for drinks and dinner. So people ended up bringing their own stuff and loved it. And it was every month there was this go-to point where everybody knew, okay, we have a couple of hours to network, relax, chill, right? So at this point in time, when I got threatened to kick out of the building, the police, they threatened to put the police in touch with this because obviously you cannot commercialize this. We didn't commercialize, right? We never made any money off it, but it looked a bit like you commercialized because it was consistent, and we had this weird logo there and stuff like that. So eventually said, okay, let's do it outside. And then it evolved from Web3 with Toby to Web3 with Toby and Brent, because then my co-founder came into play. And we said, okay, it's funny, just do this. And we had this infamous picture where I was holding Brent's cheeks like this. Not sure if you've seen this before. But
we'll try to get it for one of the cuts.
Yeah,
just send it over. We'll try to overlay
we can add that in. But it was it became a very iconic picture and ended up having almost 890 million views on social media, because people kept resharing it and then people posted pictures of them holding their face of their business partner, whatever. So it became, it became a thing, right? And then we said, okay, it's very good to have Web3 with Toby and Brent, but it's not really scalable, right? No one wants to see mine and Brent's face every single time, so we just called it The Best Event.
A very humble name.
Very humble name. Because we had this, we had this idea that, and you probably know this, right? We went to so many crypto events, and arguably a lot of them are not very, very good, right? It's about giving out some weird swag and people renting out some venues, and then they try to get people into a place. Who said we can do this better and we can do it bigger. So then eventually The Best Event was born, and we got the domain thebestevent.com for $3K.
Oh wow!
So it was amazing. And the idea was okay, we just make it the best event, but it's the best event for individual people, right? So for example, for you, a good event is, or the best event is having great people. For other people, it's having great artists. For some people, it's networking. For some people, it's the food, whatever, you define importance to you. we're trying to cater to these different ideas. And that grew so fast that in 2025, we had 53,000 people physically in our venues, right? Which is arguably bigger than most conferences even, across like 10 or 12 editions that we did. So it's on average between like, 1,000 to 6,000 people in those venues. And then recently we kind of decided to, I don't want to call it diversify, but like we did a lot of stuff that was around dinners like we do here in Japan, right? Which is not a big party, which is not a big thing, but it's together with a conference. And that's always important to us because at the end of the day, until we do our own thing, like fully own thing, we have a lot of thank to give to the conferences, right? Because they bring a majority of the crowd. And we feel like all these side events are kind of like taking away from the conferences, right? Because people probably end up saying like, hey, I'm not going to buy a conference tickets. I'm just going to go to the side event.
I have heard that
right?
recently, yeah.
And that's obviously not ideal because if the conference cannot sell out or if the people are not sponsoring the conference anymore, then like there are no people in one place. So you cannot even have a side event, right? Unless you fully do it on your own, but that's associated with the cost and marketing and all that stuff and takes time. So we decided, okay, how can we partner with as many conferences to kind of indirectly provide value to the conference and obviously like be associated with the conference because that makes us better. We can bring better people, we can enable better experiences. And that's what happened. So we partner with Teamz, Token, Consensus, like all the big ones basically, and either do like a big thing or like something more intimate with like the speakers, the sponsors, like a good crowd of people. And that's kind of like where we evolved. But in an ideal world, in 2027, we will launch our own standalone thing.
Very, very cool. Yeah, you touched on a couple of topics I want to talk about. So hopefully I can go through all these. The first is, so the best event is many things. It can be a side event. It can be like a dinner like this. If you had to sum it up in like a nice little soundbite, what would you say a TBE event is?
We want this to become a deal hub.
Yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, it's not really about having the best artist or having the biggest crowd or whatever it is, because all that is irrelevant if people are not getting for what they're coming for. Right? And I think that's a big sort of problem in the space right now where like a lot of people competing around how expensive is your booth and how nice is the venue and all that stuff. But if you're not supporting the outcome of it, right? Meaning sponsors are making their money back, speakers are connected with people, attendees, they have a purpose to come here, right? No one's showing up and flying all the way to Japan just because they want to see an artist. It's not a music festival. We have all a purpose to come here. And that's effectively like what this really becomes. And like deals are being made in different environments based on the setting, based on the overall conference. And for us, the more casual things, in a sense that it's not just like a stage with speakers and people listen, which also has its place, but it's not what typically relates to this deal hub idea. So like the bigger events, the artists, that people have a great time together, they party or like they have a dinner, they network, all these things has been also the feedback from what we've gotten from all the sponsors that we had, just a lot more beneficial to that outcome of creating a deal hub.
Yeah.
Right? And that's really like where the data matters, where the room curation matters, where the atmosphere matters. And obviously that's all supported, which we can touch on a separate point, but like that's all supported by an entire tech backend that, connects the people on an ongoing basis.
Yeah. So you're one of the, I think, the most knowledgeable people like on side events, I would say. Just because
trying,
you throw a number of them and high quality ones. For the past year, the side events I've been to, the conferences say things like we have, 500, 600, 700 side events. First of all, is that actually true, or are there really that high number of side events at these conferences, you think?
I think yes and no, right? Okay. Because it depends a little bit. A lot of people, like we always have this thing of like, oh, we want to do our own side event, right? And I understand the thought process of it because you want to do your own thing, you want to show that you can do it. But most of them are arguably not well attended or very good, right? Because if you're a company launching a DeFi product, an exchange, whatever. Like, why in the world would you want to be good at events? That's not your thing. You don't need to hire an entire team and put it on your payroll and make this like a fixed expense. If like every other event in the world or a big company in the world, you like outsource that, right? That's where there are events companies, that's where there are venues and all that stuff that take that off your plate, because that's not your core business. You're not going to be a $1 billion company by hosting side events, right?
Yeah.
So like that mindset is a bit weird in our space. And especially with startups, right? And they want to do their own event, but like, who's going to show up? It's all your friends. Right? Like, why would I go to a company that I've never heard about? It's a pre-seed company in a coffee shop where they arguably don't have enough budget to do something nice that people generally would attract. So I would say, like, sure, let it be 500 side events, but that's not a metric that I think any conference has, like, or should have an impact in how they perform.
Yeah.
Right? It shows cool, a lot of people attend, and I get it, you know, it's interesting. But what a metric should be more around, like, how many quality events are happening, how many side events has the conference collaborated with to like bring more value to pass holders, bring more value to speakers, like VIPs, whatever it is. Because I think like if you have 600 side events, there's probably 350 or 400 of them that are just not worth attending.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money spent for nothing.
I agree. And it becomes like a game of not Russian roulette, but you show up to a side event and you have no idea if it's going to be empty or oversubscribed, right?
As an attendee, it's also confusing.
Yeah.
Because I've been to a lot of side events. I was even invited to as a speaker for side events, and then I showed up and I was speaking to 5 people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but it took me like 30 minutes to get there and wasted an hour there, which I could have gone somewhere else. And obviously, like, I want to be present, right? I want to support also other side events and speak and do whatever needs to get done.
Yeah.
But I think you also have to just realize, okay, am I big enough, or is this a big enough priority for me to do my own thing? Is that money well spent, or should I just partner with someone else or directly with the conference where I know I have people there?
Yeah.
And I know I have probably like a better outcome than if I do it alone.
Yeah. All right. So I have one more question, kind of about side events in general, and then I want to ask you about how TVE side events are different. Get to that back end thing you were talking about, the data-driven side of things. But I'm just curious, like, if you are, let's say, a company or a project, a VC, and you're trying to decide how to spend your budget, like, oh, should I go to this conference? Should I go to these side events? Do you have any like general advice for these various groups?
Yeah, I think it's very important to start curating things, right? Because just the biggest conferences doesn't always mean that they're the best for you to be at, right? Out of a couple different reasons. Number one is it's very noisy, it's very big, if you're not already focused and you have an exact plan of who you want to meet and how do you meet them, it's overwhelming, right? Unless you're like in the game for a long time and everybody knows you and you just like, because you do not get approved, right? You walk around, it's expensive, it costs a lot of money, it takes time, and maybe just better to be at home, right? In front of a desk and just get work done with the product, whatever it is. And that's where like there's smaller events that are like a lot more curated. So for example, if you're building an RWA, it's probably way better to go to like Digital Asset Summit in New York City than it is to go to CoinFest Bali.
Yeah.
Right. Just because like you have a crowd that brings you value.
Right.
And sometimes even the smaller ones, like, you know, like very small ones like Milken or like more investor related stuff is probably a better fit, even if you buy like a $5,000 or $10,000 ticket, because you would do that anyway if you host your own side event that no one's going to show up to. Right?
Yeah.
In a worst case. So I think people need to figure out what's actually value adding, because like this whole hopping around the world and going to all the side events, I don't think is a very good recipe to success. It's a big time drain. It's obviously not often very useful, and
destroys your health.
And that's also family, right? Staff and relationships on the team. You're not available. You're in different time zones. There's a lot of opportunity cost for you just to be sitting in a computer and grinding. Right? So make good decision of what actually matters and have a very structured plan, not just sign up last minute. And I think that's the biggest problem in the industry. People are too last minute.
Oh, I agree. I can see that. Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, it's 7 days before token, I need to sponsor something. Can I speak somewhere? And it's like, that's not going to work. You're going to get a token or like get a consensus or Teamz or whatever, and you're not going to be as efficient because you're just not yet, you're not organized. You don't know where to go. You don't know what's happening. Most stuff is already signed up, packed, passes are sold out, you're overpaying, hotels are too expensive, flights are too expensive. Be organized. Jesus.
I mean, I agree. It's a little inside baseball maybe for some people listening, but it's just a little surprising how sometimes last minute things come together for
sponsors are last minute also, right? They come to us and be like, "You need to do an event." It's like it's in 8 days. What do you want? Oh, just 200 people dinner, fancy location, really close to the conference. And I was like, congratulations, buddy. About a year too late.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about TBE events. So I really like this idea of how it's data driven, how you try to match different parties. Can you just kind of walk me through how you, I think, kind of innately add value to your events? Versus something like I just sign up on a Luma in a Telegram group or something like that.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, we had about 310 sponsors and partners for our event so far, right? Which anyway ranges from bigger companies like OKX, Pudgy, and so on and so forth, down to like very small startups or media companies or whatever it is. And I think the biggest angle for us, and that was obviously gradually built over time. We didn't start with that on day one. But in the very beginning, we just tried to be like present in the venue, right? And if we had 3-4 partners, we had a dedicated team of 3 to 4 that did nothing else than connect them to the people in the venue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we knew what they wanted because we always have these like long and detailed onboarding calls. And then if this project looking for investors, then we will introduce them to every single investor that we know is in the venue. Now, over time, as the events got bigger and we got more partners, that obviously became not exactly scalable, right? And also, there's a lot of value being lost because people sign up these events, let's say 4 to 2 weeks in advance, and then the data is cold, right? They signed up, they like forgot that they signed up, whatever it is, and then there's the event, and everyone is focused on this like event, these 3-4 hours. But the time before and after is basically forgotten, right? Even though I would argue it's probably more important than the actual venue because you can only talk to so many people.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot talk to 200 people, even tonight, right? You cannot talk to 200 people. You will talk to like 10 to 30 people if you're good.
Yeah.
But most people are also not very good at networking, right? Or a little bit like, like just insecure or whatever it is, right? They're not going to go out and talk to everyone. So it takes a bit of time. It's also exhausting, right?
Yeah.
So we put a lot of emphasis on the before and after. So how we do that? Basically, over time, we invested quite heavily in a platform that we call TBX. So whenever you sign up on Luma, your data goes directly through into a platform. And instead of saying, hey, here's all the data in a Google Sheet, right? And just add it to your next newsletter or reach out cold, I don't want to do that, right? Because I've signed up to so many events, and in the next weeks, I get these random newsletter emails of companies I've never even heard about. I think it's bad, right? First of all, people are unsubscribed. They have a negative taste to your company. It's like, who is this weird wallet that sent me a newsletter about a QR code, right? I've never even talked to you.
Yeah.
So it's very counterproductive. And then also, if I have a bad experience, I'm not going to go to another event this company hosts because I get a bunch of random emails after.
Yeah.
So we tend to not share the entire data list just as that. But what I rather want to do is I give them a login to a platform. I show them the name and the company and what these guys are looking for. That obviously comes with like personalized question in these invite links on Luma, for example. And then I want them to tell me like which one of these 200 attendees from tonight are interesting to you, right? And then I compare that's all done automatically, with what these guys are looking for. So as an example, you're an exchange. You're looking for KOLs and projects to list on your exchange. So you tell me, okay, this is my 50 people shortlist. I'd love to meet all of them. They're good KOLs. These people look for an exchange. And then I check with the data that the people gave me. When someone signs up, let's say John, imaginary person, and he has a startup and he is currently fundraising and he has his TGE in 3 months and he's looking for exchange listings and marketing services. So then I can see, okay, there's a match. He's looking for an exchange listing and the exchange wants to talk to him. And then there's a match, and that match is indicated by the platform. We call it hot leads, right? So instead of giving all the contact detail to people, I make it a sponsor-based matching process. And then for the most part, we're actually doing these introductions manually. So we did 3,500 introductions in 2025 manually on Telegram or email. And when we reach out to someone and say, hey, thank you so much for coming, hope you had a great time event, or thank you so much for signing up, see you in 2 weeks in X number country, this exchange wants to talk to you. And you indicate you're looking for an exchange. Can we make the introductions? Number one, the response rate is 93% right now on all the introductions. And then most of the time, they actually want to get this introduction done. It's about 70%. Right? Sometimes they say, I actually solved my problem already, or like I'm in discussions, or I don't want to talk to this exchange because you already talked to them, right? There's obviously some things that we cannot control. But for the most part, a lot of our partners have made money before even the event started, or at least got leads before the event even started. And then they can use the event or like the time in that country where they're all together to obviously double down on these leads.
Yeah, so this kind of matchmaking process, if you will, is incredibly valuable. I can personally attest to it just from the people that work in my company. They'll go to these events and have meetings all day, but how many people can they meet in a day, right?
Yeah,
it's
so they do like 10 meetings.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you can line up some of these at like a curated event of people who are actually interested in you on both sides.
Even before that, right? They can have calls.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they could, they can do 5 to 10 calls a week. With qualified leads that they told me. And I think the most important thing is that the sponsors tell me who they want to talk to.
Yes.
Right? Because this whole onboarding thing, we thought about this also, like, should we onboard every single person to this platform? But it doesn't work. No one needs another platform. Right? We already have Instagram and LinkedIn and Telegram, whatever, where they're trying to meet people. I don't need to tell them like, oh, make a profile here, what all the conferences are doing. I've never logged into one of these ever, right? And then like you're reliant, but like I have their contact details. So when there's a match, I can directly connect them.
Yeah.
I think that's a better process than, layering other obstacles on top of it.
Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense to me. The events themselves, like just looking at some of your past events and stuff, there is also a lot of, it looks a lot of fun. Looks like a lot of spectacle as well. Why are you doing that as well? You have this like data-driven approach that makes it super efficient for various parties to meet.
Yeah.
But then you also add on, I would say this other layer too.
Yeah. That's a great question, because a lot of people say they don't believe in events that are structured more like an entertainment, like a party. I fundamentally disagree with that. And there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, and there's a proof, what events get the most signups? It's always the parties.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
Right? It's always parties. And that's because people like having a good time, right? And like you're naturally more, it's easier to connect with you in an environment where everybody's relaxed, and more chill and like, down to have conversations, rather than you being in a room with like panels and stuff like that. Both have its place, but they serve different purposes.
Yeah.
Panels is more just like to be educated, to give speaker a platform, right? To showcase their thing and like to grow their brand. Versus for us, it's really about, I want people to connect, right? And like when we have these bigger events, sure, you might not be able to talk to everyone because there's music loud, but like that's where we curate the tables for sponsors, right? That's where we curate between VIP and non-VIP, because we want that at least all the people that they're interested in are in proximity, right? And they can invite them over to the area, then they naturally get in contact, right? People then, it creates this kind of FOMO idea where it's like, oh, I want to go where this company is sitting, right? And then they have the power, so to say, of enabling that. So you give people something. And that's as old as day, right?
Yeah.
That's how every nightclub, that's how everything functions. And that's also what naturally just happens, right? Like a lot of wealthy people are going to these places, going to yacht parties, going to do all that. It's not a new thing.
Yeah.
Right? We're just trying to like curate an environment that's more focused around sponsors, because the attendees, they're already getting a free concert, right? They're already getting into drama topic, like world-class artists for free and drinks for free, right? So they already got a lot of value. So if they have a good time, amazing. But like what we need to figure out, we need to figure out that the sponsors are happy, because this is the only thing that matters, right? Because at the end of the day, these activations are expensive.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult in crypto to sell tickets because people are, used to having everything for free. Even though we're starting to sell tickets and it works a little bit, but you have to give people a lot of value to buy a ticket. A big artist is not enough anymore. That's how we kind of spoiled the industry.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it is funny. I saw a post on, where was it? Maybe ETH cans. And it was like, I can't believe I have to pay for water here. And decided, it's like,
it's kind of insane, right? Because someone has to pay for it.
I know.
Like last time I checked, nothing is free.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And I think that there's also this problem that a lot of people just simply don't understand how expensive stuff is.
It's so expensive.
Right? Like we have done events that cost over $1 million
Yeah.
for one event for 6 hours. Right. And yes, they got 10,000 plus signups and there were a massive line for the door. And then people come to us and say, like, can I sponsor this with 5K? And then they brought like 5K out of $1 million. It's not really making any difference here, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's hard. Even if I wanted to give you this, like you're occupying a place, we have to take care of you. And like, you have a very small impact on the cost. Because people don't understand what a good event, I mean, look at music festival, right? It's like these guys spending millions of dollars. And you have to pay it up front and then eventually hope that you recover it in ticket sales or sponsor sales. So it's a very bad business, right? And that's why there's a lot of side events, right? Because if people understood how a good event works and how much money is required, how much time, how much resources, no one would do side events.
Yeah.
Right? But they have to go through this painful process of hosting 3, 4, 5 bad side events in order to get there. And one last thing I want to add on here, which is probably, I think, the biggest disconnect in the industry, is that a lot of times we talk to someone from the events department of a bigger firm, they don't actually know what their KPIs are, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Right? We asked them, okay, like, what would need to happen for you guys to get a really good outcome? Like, give me a couple of KPIs. And I was like, oh yeah, I need to talk to my team. We're not sure, but we just want to get like someone speak there. Like, these are not KPIs, right? Like, give me something like it's this money in our bank account, it's this many leads, it's this many listings, it's this much impressions. Like, what do you need? Give me like numeric KPIs that we can try to achieve, right? And that's why like side events they're seen as a pure like marketing thing, even though you could make so much more out of it if you would had the right resources and the right mindset to them.
I agree 100%. I would actually expand that even to companies who go to conferences.
Yeah.
Right.
Also.
Like I'll talk, like luckily at our company, that was like first and foremost, it's like, okay, you're going to a conference, David, what are the KPIs? And so you provide them before you go, right? Like, and this is that. But man, it is shockingly rare when I talk to we're not even talking about people who have booths at conferences, just companies, projects that go to conferences. Like, okay, why are you here? What's your objective, right? And what's the thing that you're trying to measure for it?
Yeah.
And even that is,
because like we have this funny questions, and it's as much as for us to know. You have these questions of why are you going to this conference, and there are some people, probably like 8 to 10%, that literally just say nothing, just networking. Right? It's like, it's very interesting to me, like, how can this be a thing?
Right?
Like, why would you do that? I mean, unless you're already retired and rich and had 4 exit companies and you're just bored, right? And you just want to go somewhere to like have a good time, whatever. Reconnect with friends. I get it.
Yeah.
But like, we get this answer also from like startups, right? It's like, why are you taking all these costs and time if you don't actually know what you want?
Yeah. You really do. You need to spell it out beforehand. Yeah, absolutely.
Very random.
Yeah. All right. My last question for you, sir, is can you tell me about the future of TBE? What do you have planned in the next year or two? You alluded to your own event, so when TBE conference?
Yeah, so we recently started putting this summit into place. We had an amazing summit with over 100 speakers planned for Dubai. Now that had obviously been canceled because there's an unfortunate situation that's happening.
Yeah.
But we moved it to Singapore now. So like, that's going to be the first step of introducing a more...
That'll be a token.
Overall, that's going to be right before token, yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's October 5 and 6 And I have a big idea that's happening. I cannot give too much information yet, but think about Vegas, and think about this massive dome that they have built.
Oh my God! Is this going to be at your apartment?
I wish I had such a big apartment that could do that.
Okay.
But we have a couple of
dome
cool ideas
in Vegas. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right,
So
you're talking about the big, that circle thing. What is it called?
The sphere.
The sphere. That's right.
So there's maybe some elements of that to it. So we'll have some cool ideas in the works at the moment that are being planned and constructed. But that's going to be like the first, I would say, like more, or the second. We had one in Dubai before, but it was on a very intimate scale. It was only 500 people. And yeah, that's going to be the first more holistic approach, but it still stays true to what we're doing. Right? We don't want the speaker to overpower it. We still want to keep very focused on like connecting people, the deal hub, and also entertainment. And then probably in 2027 is when we're going to be standing on our own feet.
Wow.
That's
awesome.
That's sort of the bigger pathway. And I think for us, a very important factor is also finding interesting companies there, right? Because we have a venture fund and we are actively deploying, and we're very fortunate enough to have already invested in 16 companies that we found at these events.
Oh,
right.
Cool.
So this has actually become like a major deal flow funnel for us as well. And a main reason why this is important for us as well, because it supports the ecosystem, not just events.
So you're a user of your own product.
User of our own product, and that's why it allows us to not really monetize the event so hard.
Right.
So we can offer sponsorships that are not with 50% margin. I actually don't really care about making money off events, as long as it's self-sustaining and I can do it forever.
Right.
That's the only thing that matters to us, because our main business is still the venture fund. So that event helps us to support our brand, connect with great companies that want to, find great deals as well. And that kind of becomes its own working cycle. Then that is scalable forever.
Very, very cool. Just sorry, one last follow-up question. Are you worried that as this thing gets bigger, it's going to be harder to do that kind of like, I would say, not boutique, but like manual matchmaking?
Yeah. No, I mean, our goal isn't to become a token, right? Our goal is not, we want to be the biggest event by a number of people, but rather like being very focused on certain things, right? Either like a niche that's exciting or like a certain vertical. It doesn't have to be fixed, but we don't want to lose this approach, right? So I don't think we will ever be like a 15,000 people conference. We'll probably be like a 2,000 to 3,000 one, but it's like very curated, or like it's has a certain impact of what we want, and we want to find like a certain home, right? Like a country that we can grow in.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I don't necessarily believe that you have to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, because like going into a new country, a new place, a new vendor, a new production company, all that stuff is very painful.
Yeah. I was surprised that Solana Breakpoint moves around so much like that.
I mean, they have a lot of money to spend, right? So you can get rid of problems if you put a lot of money on it, right? Yeah. So it becomes easier, but again, it's not meant to be like a extremely profitable business line, right?
Yeah.
I want that people support the cost, but in a way that like they see a meaningful package, and it helps us to obviously do that on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
But like finding that home, I think, is relevant, because you can kind of grow and build your reputation in this specific location. That being Thailand or somewhere in Europe or somewhere, we haven't fully figured out where yet, or some options, but it also requires some support from the government, ideally.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree.
If you do something like sizable, or like at least a couple of thousand people, you want to have a bit of support in your back.
Yeah. Singaporean government definitely supported token, it feels like.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
people in Hong Kong were telling me that. They're like, these people were like, yeah, we're kind of jealous and upset that Hong Kong kind of dropped the ball, the government. And Singapore absolutely was supporting having token there.
Really,
in conjunction with F1.
It's a big sort of economy benefit around it, right?
Yeah.
People need flights, hotels, food, all these different things. And obviously you want to also put yourself on a map as like an innovative country. And, Web3 is an emerging technology still.
Yeah.
So you can kind of be in the forefront of hosting something like globally recognized, I think it benefits the country too.
Yeah. All right, sir. Well, thank you very much. I have to say, I've gone to a lot of side events, and I found most of them to be not very beneficial. But I love your approach. I think it's awesome. And you know, I don't wish you competition, but if anyone's listening, this is how you do it. So
competition is not bad.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, yeah. So anyway, best of luck, and I can't wait to go to your side events. More of your side events. Thank you very much, sir.
As always, pleasure.
Okay, we are back at the Bitcoin.com live news desk in Tokyo here at Hapoen. Very, very beautiful. I am with Annabelle Wong, CEO of Altius Labs. Nice to have you back, ma'am.
Good to be back and see you guys here in Tokyo.
Yes. Last time we were in Korea for KBW, September 22nd, thereabouts.
That's
Top
right.
of the market?
Looking back, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, the top. It was riding high back then. Yeah. Right. So to start with, we were just talking before we went live that you just flew in from New York.
Correct.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Sorry to hear that. But you were at DAS, the Digital Asset Summit. I'd like to hear just your overall thoughts of that conference. I watched a lot of clips and read X posts about it. I heard it was great, but you were there, so I can ask you in person.
Yeah, actually, it was a great turnout. I think maybe more so than we all expected, because it's such an institutional Wall Street type focused event. But I think the turnout was very decent. I think there were obviously a lot of other chaos happening in the world. Token Dubai being canceled and all. And I think people still looking at New York as really the financial and fintech, and I think the capital for on-chain as well, really the hub for that.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest takeaway is payment is still front and center, stablecoin and tokenization.
Stablecoin.
Also, yes. And then you see industry heavyweights like BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, and then some other fintech companies all have a presence there to look at tokenization of real world assets, bring more assets on chain, and then exploring some sort of infrastructure side as well. Canton is also very top of mind.
Ooh, that
privacy.
was a huge thing online for the past 2 weeks.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And then on the other side is Stripe and Tempo as well. So it's definitely very interesting to see not just assets being issued on chain or stablecoin being utilized on chain, but more companies actually investing in the infrastructure side directly as well.
And infrastructure would be kind of in your neck of the woods,
Correct.
right?
Well, which is why I'm paying special attention to as well.
I see. So just a couple more questions on DAS. Can you give me maybe a little more specifics on what areas of infrastructure are they interested in? Like your area of expertise would be like on the execution layer, right? Or
Yeah, so I would say privacy,
Privacy.
is very top of mind,
Yeah.
also related to Canton. And I think there's actually so many different ways to bring privacy on chain as well.
Yeah.
And different chains are using very different setup. There is the trusted execution environment, the TEEs. There is the ZK, of course, and I think others, which is a mix of off-chain and on-chain. And I think that's we all know that the privacy is a core need for institutions for compliance, regulatory requirements, but how do we actually get there? I think that's still up for debate.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's definitely a big one. And then in terms of privacy, I think there's also the very pretty much like the crypto OG version of privacy, which is Zcash of the world
Yeah,
and
Monero.
Monero and all of that, which is opposite of what the institution's looking
Yeah.
for almost. So it's interesting to see that dynamic play out.
Yeah. I would put Canton on like privacy via obscurity or something like that. It doesn't even. Anyway, I don't want to wade it.
Permissioned management.
Yeah.
maybe.
I don't want to wade into it. There's plenty of that online. You also made a comment. I mean, obviously, DAS is known as like the institutional conference. You said that there were a lot of suits.
Correct. So
More-
I think it is obviously suits from Wall Street crowd, and a lot of the Web3 players are now putting on suits to go to conferences. So I think it's coming from both sides.
But I mean, it's funny, but it is true. Like you go to a crypto conference, you don't really see a lot of suits. And in fact, I remember one of the first crypto conferences I went to, WebEx, like a year ago. There's people on stage wearing shorts and flip flops. So, yeah, I guess growing up.
We're maturing for sure.
Okay, great. All right. So last time we spoke, like I said, near the top, everyone's feeling happy. We spoke about how Altius is trying to be the execution layer partner for chains rather than launching your own L1 or L2. Has anything about this general thesis changed from the highs of September to now the lows?
Not so much. I think we're still very focused on providing the infrastructure to whoever that needs it.
Yeah.
But I think the target audience has shifted, meaning that we're seeing the institutional trend, the adoption. So we're actually targeting more fintechs and institutions of the world, enterprises of the world, to help them even going on the scratch. Like, how do you build your own infrastructure from scratch? Do you choose to build your own layer 1, or do you choose to build your layer 2, and what are the trade-offs? So we are still focusing on providing high performance infrastructure, but also wrapping the rest of it into an enterprise blockchain solution as well. So high performance, but if the enterprises actually have needs for privacy, for example, we can
Yeah.
also help design the privacy module for payment use cases. If you need to abstract the gas fee so you can pay in stablecoin, if you need to add payment features, these are the things that our team can provide as well. So it's going from just a very niche focus area into packaging into a lot more infrastructure solutions in one place. And I think the focus is also expanding beyond just pure Web3 native crowd into looking at, okay, what are the bigger markets? What do they need?
Yeah.
And I think that the core value proposition is really, if you are a company similar to Stripe and you're looking at customizing your own blockchain infrastructure like Tempo, whether it's for payment use cases or on-chain finance or anything like that, you don't need to hire a 40 people team and maybe spend 12 months, 12 to 18 months building your own chain. We can help you get there maybe in 12 weeks. So it's faster time to market and also much cheaper in a sense in terms of upfront cost. And I think that's really the value we want to bring as a shared infrastructure provider.
Okay. Okay, a couple questions on that. First, like, so you mentioned fintechs and like enterprise companies are like a new source of interest. Could you kind of give me examples? You don't have to tell me who you're talking to, but like, what are we talking? Fintech? You mean like, I don't know, like a Stripe or a Robinhood or this kind of thing, or what are we talking about?
Similar. So neobanks, for
Okay.
example, and also payment companies, and also even sort of more traditional companies like maybe mobile phone manufacturers that
Oh,
sells
wow.
a lot to emerging markets and have their own sticky user base and want to actually explore a lot more on-chain finance
Right.
applications.
Yeah.
And then other companies are inspired by what Stripe is doing with Tempo, for example.
I see. Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I know one of the um, big things that happened in 2025. I think there was a big change towards realizing the closer you are to the user, the more power you have, right? So then, yeah, if you are a mobile phone provider, then why you shouldn't use someone else's app or something like that. You should be
Yeah,
right there. And
exactly. So why should we accrue value to another existing chain, for example,
yeah,
versus optimizing for our own revenue and P&L
yeah,
as a company, as a for-profit company.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was just wondering. You also mentioned that. Yeah, of course. Why should they also like spin up their own team and get 40 people and this kind of stuff? Um, do you have a sense for how many how many of these companies are doing that versus like maybe using your services? How many are like spinning up their whole own division or something?
I would say definitely more than maybe we think. I think most of the companies that are heavily invested in building their own infrastructure now has been maybe on the crypto curious side and the crypto, what I call the crypto peripheral, for maybe 2 cycles. So that probably started like 8 years ago. There were a lot of banks. Some of these fintech companies are already looking at blockchain use cases. Maybe started looking at issuing their own stablecoin. Maybe looked at building their own infrastructure. Experimented around maybe issuing on other chains before deciding on building their own. But I would say similar to adoption, hopefully it happens slowly at first, but then comes all at once. I think now in terms of infrastructure, we're also at a lot more mature phase where there are a lot of existing frameworks you can utilize. That's why which is why we can, as Altius, we can provide something with almost like a one-stop solution
Yeah.
for enterprises. And being able to manage, okay, there's so many different middleware layers that you need, the infrastructure layer that you need to build a chain or, validator type businesses. How can we aggregate all of that and provide the package solution? So yeah, I would say the companies we see right now that's very active, they've been researching for at least 1 cycle, but following their lead, I think we're going to see a lot more.
Yeah.
Because now it's also a more favorable environment, regulatory wise.
Yeah. So you would say you would say though that most of most of these companies aren't what I would consider. This is not you. I'm not. What I would consider making the mistake of trying to do this all by themselves. They're not trying to do that. Like, I mean, I feel like again, 1 or 2 cycles ago, every crypto company was reinventing the wheel, and that was the normal thing to do.
Yeah.
And so then I'm wondering if these new like institutional fintech players they're not making the same mistake basically.
Yeah, I think it's also we still need to see what plays out, but I want to take a bet on the fact that if there are mature solutions out there, why not? That can bring down your upfront capex and the time it takes to experiment and see where it goes. Of course, the companies that already invested a lot will choose to build it in-house because they're the pioneers. But as there are more solutions out there, and who knows, with AI, much better productivity. And,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
you can maybe build a lot more
Yeah,
with
that's
a
true.
lot less people
Yeah.
and a much shorter amount of time. So I think we are slowly moving towards that.
Okay. All right. So the one thing that you mentioned, I think 2 or 3 times now, was on privacy. Now, again, I love privacy, but I was a little surprised to hear you say that these institutions, these fintechs, are so focused on it. But obviously, it makes sense now. Did that catch you by surprise at all, or did you expect that?
I think they are focused on it because it's more of a compliance and regulatory requirement. So for their own sort of risk management, they have to make sure that they offer it. But I think there's still so many different solutions out there. So which one do you pick? I think that's a more nuanced view. I think maybe that's what a lot of the enterprises or institutions are still trying to figure out. What's the best way to satisfy that privacy requirement? And like I said, there are so many combinations, right? Fully on-chain ones, kind of mix of off-chain, on-chain, or fully off-chain. And I think different use cases probably call for different types of solutions as well.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine something like Monero, which is fully private end to end, and there's no other option. Like, I don't imagine that being possible, right? Like,
Yeah, because part of it is like, oh, you have to do maybe KYC, and
Yeah.
then if there is a need to comply, you have to be able to provide
exactly.
the data,
Yeah,
right?
some kind of disclosure to some
Exactly.
parties and stuff like that. I know
Yeah.
that's some of the tech involved in that. And then I'm assuming from Altius's perspective, you would be able to provide different slices of privacy as
Correct. And we build it as a modular component. So within that module, you can choose different types of privacy solutions. And who knows, maybe there are new ones that's coming to the market. So FHE is also a big one,
is
the
that?
fully homomorphic encryption, which is different from ZK and TE solutions. I mean, there's definitely a lot.
Yeah.
Even here, I think Midnight is also
That's
pretty
right.
popular here
Yeah.
in Japan, and they're also doing their own version of ZK, I think.
Yeah, they have some kind of disclosure thing so that you can disclose to, I imagine, like regulators if
Right.
necessary, right?
So yeah.
I've had so many arguments with OG privacy people who they think this is just like sacrilegious, right? Like it's, but I don't know. I'm a pragmatist, and I feel like in order for privacy to work or to scale, for like my mom to be able to use privacy, it's going to be some version of some level of disclosure to somebody. I imagine. But anyway, that's
Yeah, exactly. I think we're all pragmatic in that sense.
Yeah.
That we have to serve the end user in the use cases.
Yeah. Okay, so 6 months ago, would you say so comparing 6 months ago to now, would you say that there has been more or less interest from projects to create their own chains, or like whether it be an L1 or L2 or an app chain, or less?
I think within the Web3 native community, we're definitely seeing less, especially a general purpose chain. I think a lot of that has to do with token performance right after TGE and after October 10th last year. That's a huge impact on the market in terms of liquidity. I think that's deterred a lot of the Web3 native teams to build another general purpose L1 and L2 for the sake of it, because tokens supposedly had a value. And I think the investors are also learning that. The market has matured and calling for actual adoption, actual use cases. So I think that's actually another sign of the market maturing, right? You have to build something of value. That's why the market is very focused on revenue metrics
Yes, it is
versus
now.
just pure, community or hype.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's definitely a very different market now versus 6 months ago.
Yeah.
But hopefully that still means that if you're a serious builder trying to build something of real value that has a path to revenue generation, then it's still good news for you.
So from, as you said, like the kind of the crypto native or like from the Web3 side of things, that you mentioned that the fintechs and enterprises, they're interested in privacy and like maybe PayFi, stablecoins, things like that. When projects that are more crypto native come to you, what are the things that they're looking for from you now?
Yeah, so I think there are a handful of chains that are still very active.
Yeah.
So I think they are still really caring about scalability.
Okay.
They've invested a lot internally, but also looking at other solutions out there. So for them, it would be very focused on, okay, scalability now. Also, how do you future-proof that? Which is a lot of what we focus on at LTS. But yeah, but this audience is quite small, right? It's not. There are a lot of other
Oh, yeah.
general chains
Yeah,
that
yeah,
are struggling for distribution. So I
Yeah.
think that would be more so on their mind versus scalability.
Yeah. And scalability obviously can be achieved in many ways. Um, I feel like from my perspective, some of the scalability questions from even 6 months ago, if I'm looking at it, uh, the conversations seem different to me now. So, for example, you've had like Monad and Mega ETH come out, and what is it? God, I'm losing track. Canton, maybe you can put on that, like far, I would say, on the centralized side of things. And so you have projects like Solana, which used to be kind of the TPS kings, have kind of been like, well, decentralization is very important still. So has the conversations changed on what scalability actually means, or is it just like more TPS or this kind of thing?
Yeah, I do think there's been a big shift, not just in the last 6 months, but over the last few years. I think people understand that you don't scale for the sake of scale, but you scale for certain use cases, different applications. And I think that's why I'm more bullish on application-specific chains and on general purpose ones. Hyperliquid scaled because it built infrastructure directly based on what the use cases are,
Yeah.
directly for trading, for order book management, for all of that. And you can argue the decentralization trade-off or whatnot, but looking at end users, we should give them what they really care about.
Yeah.
Whether it is reduced latency for trading use cases or faster transaction throughput, or lower cost. So I think now people are looking at scalability solutions with more purpose.
Do they do projects come to you with like different levers, with like
Yeah.
I want to be this decentralized, or I want to have this big of validator set, or some, or like
Yeah,
no?
I think if you understand it's a trade-off,
Okay.
right? Like having 100,000 validators versus 10, you're obviously going to have different
Or
networking
Hyperliquid
overhead.
had 4 to begin with, right? In Tokyo.
So yeah, and then I think that's not new. That's not a new debate, but I think people are understanding what the end users really want and thinking more along those lines. But yeah, I think and scalability also means different things, right? For certain use cases, you're more concerned about latency, and for others, maybe it is just general throughput, whether
Yeah.
it's TPS or gas per second. Some of it is, what's the capacity in general? Like how much can a package in a block and still maintain a faster block time? Because there's so many different levers you can pull to get one metrics down and at the expense of another. But, how do you actually look at it in a more holistic way that serves the use case that you're looking for, whether it's trading or payment or anything else?
Yeah. From your perspective, though, not to beat a dead horse, but from your perspective, though, most of the new interest is coming from like the kind of institutions, fintech side, right? Versus
I would say so. Yeah, there's a little bit of, well, not a little bit, the bearish sentiment coming from the Web3 native community.
Yeah.
So I think general activity has slowed down.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe what we see on Hyperliquid or Poly Market.
Yeah.
But the institutional side, I mean, I didn't even feel like a bear market at all. Looking at stablecoin issuance, looking at transactions, looking at tokenized equity, tokenized private credit, or other types of real world assets on chain, that metric is growing.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is like the dichotomy right now, I feel like, right? Like, so on CT, crypto Twitter, doldrums, right? Like depression age, right? I listened to a podcast yesterday, and people were saying this is the worst sentiment. This is worse sentiment than 2018, right? And then I listen, I see the metrics that you're talking about, or listen to people who are at DAS, and it's just like optimism. And everything like that. I feel like your company kind of is in between both. I'm sure like most of the people that work, or like a large number of the people who work with you, including yourself, are like crypto native. But then also your business is good at the same time. So
I think it is. I think the bar is much higher being a Web3 startup or founder because it's no longer the easy days, right? And now you have to actually prove to find product market fit and to find a path to revenue. So it's definitely not easy, and by no means it's easy for us either. But I do think because most of our team come from Web2 background, whether it's from the engineering side or business side, that we understand that things take time to build. We need to have patience. We need to properly manage risk to survive in the long term, to be able to understand what the end clients want, which is, okay, institutional demand and maybe Web3 native demands are different, and which one should we prioritize first, and how do we allocate resources? So I do feel generally optimistic about the maturity of the market, of industry, and the new opportunities that will be presented to us. But some other builders might feel very differently.
Yeah. I mean, I 100% agree with you. Hasib Quresh from Dragonfly Capital, he said, I think I'm going to paraphrase, he said something like, these Web3 companies now have to compete with Web2 companies, and Web2 companies and TradFi, FinTech, they're the best of the best, right? And so the easy days are done, right?
Exactly.
You can't put out trash products, and you have to fight, and you have to be kind of top tier to do well, and that's just the new world. And so that.
But then I feel like taking a step back, isn't this what we always wanted? Like 10 years ago, if you told me that there is, ETFs that Wall Street's buying Bitcoin, you wouldn't take it as a bearish sign.
Well, it depends on who you talk to. I talk to a lot of like OG Bitcoiners, and they ETF or BlackRock. These are unholy words.
Well, I'm sure they don't mind the crypto, Bitcoin price.
I mean, they cashed out. How many tens of billions of Bitcoin OG whales cashed out in 2025? Good Lord.
Yeah.
All right, so I have one more question. Give me a roadmap for Altius now. Looking forward for the next, 12 to 18 months. Where do you see Altius going? And I'm gonna make this harder for you by